Good afternoon. This is General Reagan. How do you read me?
Sir, we got you loud and clear. This is Major Josh McMillian, and we got your video as well. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, good seeing you, Josh. So for the group, what I'll do today, I'm going to be really quick. I'll spend about 5 to 6 minutes just talking about framing the problem, and then I'll talk a little bit about why we're doing what we're doing, how we're doing it. I know you talked to General Donahue on yesterday, so you probably heard the term Eastern Flank Deterrence Initiative, and then really what we need industry to do for us. That's kind of where I'll go.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. What I'll do, just talk big picture. Why are we doing what we're doing right now? Our number one focus is support to Operation Epic Fury. Number two is ensuring lasting peace inside of Ukraine. And then number three, accelerating our ability to integrate with our NATO partners. And then four, it's really about building lethality through innovation and experimentation, which kind of brings us to the GTEAD and that great capability that we have. If you look and study, we're real close to being here in Europe. We're real close to the war inside of Ukraine. Yeah. And the war inside of Ukraine has helped us see a couple of things. Number one, the changing character of war. And what I mean, the size, the scale, the scope, the speed, the lethality on the battlefield, and then how it's being hyper accelerated by the new technologies that are in play, whether that's robotics, whether that's drones, AI, machine learning. And this is all being fueled by this new logistical thing called data, right? And how data is making that battlefield go faster and faster and faster and faster. If you look at Ukraine, we're seeing a rate of innovation about every 1 to 2 days. The Ukrainians will create something and then the Russians will counter it. 1 to 2 day evolution cycle. And if we look at our acquisition processes, 1 to 2 days evolution is not occurring. That we are not changing that fast. And so this is why we have to change. And this isn't new to us. If you think about during the Cold War, we had a concept that was called the air-land battle concept. That was 1982 to 2001. And in the air-land battle concept, we had a problem. We couldn't mass enough forces like the Soviet Union was able to do. And so we were mostly in a defensive posture until we changed the way that we operate. We did two things. Number one, we changed the way that we operate with a new joint concept between air and land. And then we brought in our coalition and allied partners. And then we push industry to innovate. And if you think through the big five, right, the Abrams, the Bradleys, the Apaches, the UH-60 and the Patriot, that was all about pushing industry to go faster at its time. And so fast forward back to where we're at, we have the same problem. If you look at what's going on inside of Russia and their ability to manufacture and how they're producing more and more capability faster and faster, and they're innovating on the edge, we now have that problem. And so brilliantly, my boss, General Donahue, and it's really a NATO operating concept that we're using here, the Eastern Flank Deterrence Initiative. It's all about changing the way that we fight. And then the way that we fight, it's not just about here in Europe, but it's the way that we fight globally. Because the problem that I identified earlier is not just a European problem. It's not just a Russian problem. It's the same problem that our teammates are fighting through in the CENTCOM AOR. So the warfighting concept, it's not a marginal line. It's not that we're replacing any regional plans, but we're thinking about how we employ capabilities to get the operational effects in a much different way. It's sensors, acoustic, high altitude balloons, surface, subsurface. It's the network that we operate. It's being able to use cloud infrastructure to enable AI and machine learning algorithms to go faster and faster and faster. It's about integration of radars and other effectors into that network, and unmanned, data-enabled AI machine learning algorithms. And this is a warfare that we're really scratching the surface of how we employ it here in Europe. In a lot of ways, I believe that we're really behind on the employment of that. You know, we're working off of a model or a construct which we call 40-30-30. 40% of the things that we will fight with in the future will be robotics. It'll be attritable. It's robotics and drones. 30% of it will be consumable. Think 155 rounds. You know, the prisms, it's fire, forget, and then it has an effect on the battlefield. And then the other 30% is really the survivable systems, the things that we want to survive, the things that our soldiers are in, you know, our tanks, our Bradleys, our manned platforms. So that 40-30-30 construct is really where we need to push industry really hard to help us to get to that 40-30, and then we'll provide the other 30 part of it. You know, as we go forward here in theater, you know, I mentioned number one priority, support to CENTCOM. Other priorities that we have going is really building up that EFDI capability on the eastern flank, with the priority being in Poland, Lithuania, then Estonia, Latvia, down in Romania, south of the Carpathian Mountains is kind of where our focus areas are. And then making sure that our NATO and allied partners can integrate and bring their own capabilities to tie into the eastern flank deterrence line. And then we do this by two different ways, right? And this is where I have learned a lot and have a great appreciation for the Global Tactical Edge Acquisition Directorate. We do it through experimentation, right, and testing on the edge. And some of the capabilities that they have already delivered is absolutely phenomenal. Currently, some of their own ongoing efforts that they have going right now is working with DIU to get a commander's visualization tool. Imagine being able to conduct MDMP in a dispersed environment with all the commanders on the net, and you're able to see 3D models that allow you to anticipate, replay the battle, and then fast forward in 3D, which are commanders in multiple different locations. They've also helped us work through a couple of prize challenges. The last prize challenge that we had was focused on ground autonomy. Absolutely phenomenal. Ongoing right now in Africa and Morocco, we're working through air launched effects. Later, we'll start another exercise where the GTED is going to help us with medical assisted triage, modular medical container systems. And then the one as a sustainer where I'm really focused on is agile sustainment. And so what we need industry to do is we really need you to show up and help us to solve those complex problems, the 40-30-30, right? What are those autonomous platforms? How do we get lethal on the edge? How do we get low cost effectors to get the effects that we need? These are the things that we really need industry to help us solve, the problems that we cannot solve, right? And we need it faster. And that's why I really love the capabilities of the GTED team. They bring the acquisition edge that allows us to innovate all the way forward. And that innovation is not just to solve problems here in Europe, but it's really to solve global problems. Problems, whether that's on the southwest border, problems, whether that's in the Indo-Pacific, or problems like now, whether that's in the CENTCOM AOR. But, you know, collectively, we can get at this. I think where the greatest thing that we have as a nation is our ability to innovate. And the most important part of that is really getting our industry partners to show up, push the edge of what's possible, and bring us capabilities quickly. I'll pause there. That's about 9 minutes, and then I'll be here for any comments or questions that you might have me.
Yes, sir. So I think that's phenomenal. Just setting the stage too, as you were talking, we did go live because I think that is very great feedback with the collective audience here for the industry day. So I just want to kind of set the tone, sir, for this. If we move to the agenda, and for everyone in the audience, just so we can talk through rules of engagement or etiquette of how we're going to host this virtual industry day forum. So this first slide is laid out in terms of what our rules of engagement are. So again, if you are from industry, thank you for attending, but your cameras and your mics are muted, and that is with purpose. So we have consolidated over 200 questions from now over 1,200 vendors, sir, that are going to be attending this event. And we've distilled those down to the top 10 questions that at the end, Colonel Hill will answer in real time. That will also be shared in the future on the Army's PIT website for frequently asked questions, so you'll be able to query those. The things that we're asking for the collective team here, hey, stay fully engaged, stay fully focused. I always go back to one of the mottos that I learned throughout my time in the infantry is deeds, not words. You're going to hear a lot of great things today. You're going to see the people in the tactical edge, the individuals in the arena. It is now on you to start delivering on capability as we align those to accelerated capability events. And then lastly, this is going to be posted on the Army PIT's website, but also YouTube. So you use this QR code, but all of this, if you go back to the Army PIT website for the industry partners, this is fully transparent. We want to be open Komodo as we move and continue to build out our organization. We just heard, sir, Major General Reagan. I'm going to officially introduce you because it really is an honor and privilege to have you on here. For U.S. Army Europe and Africa, he is the Chief of Staff, and I had the honor and privilege, sir, of working with you for 6 months. And I know that too. I'm going to do a dual hat introduction with Colonel Chris Hill, our Director for the Global Tactical Edge Acquisitions Directorate at the same time. What I want to do now, sir, is just at least turn it over to Colonel Hill for any opening remarks for the forum, and I'll immediately move it back over to you. Colonel Hill, the floor is yours.
Hey, Josh. Thanks for the introduction. And I also want to say, Major General Reagan, definitely thank you for carving out some time in your extremely busy schedule, sir. So the industry partners are definitely anxious to hear directly from the Warfighting Command what the needs are here in Europe, as well as how do the needs in Europe translate to a more global capability. So this forum for our industry partners, and actually let me pause there for a second. Josh, we're only showing 7 on our end. Are you guys showing full participants on your side?
Hey, sir, so this is a live stream event. There's only 7 in our presenter room, but it is actually going live to the public right now.
Too easy. Okay, appreciate that. So this forum, we've been talking about this for a few weeks and the importance of why we need to do this. It is not lost on the government that industry is putting a lot of, burning a lot of calories with a lot of the innovation demonstrations that are going on in every theater, in every exercise, year round, trying to make sure that the government is aware of the capabilities that in a lot of cases you're spending your IRAD dollars to develop. We wanted to come up with a forum that would give us the opportunity to help you align your resources and prioritize based upon the direct priorities from the Army Service Component Command commanding generals. Those 4-star generals here, the General Donahue here in USARAF, General Clark in USAPAC, soon General Ryan for Western Hemisphere Command, followed by soon General Frank, Lieutenant General Frank there in ARCENT. We want to give you the ability to see what their priorities are, therefore determine which one of these events would be best suited for your capabilities and also best suited for your return on investment. One of the things you're going to hear a lot today is for GTED, the work that we do, every single demonstration that we do has the potential on the back end of that demonstration for a prototype OTA. That's why we're looking for ready now capabilities. If you look at the vision for this, globally synchronized efforts, we want you to be able to see across every theater. We're going to give you that view so you can see what's going on in each theater, in each quarter for the next 6, 12, 18 months. Align enterprise resources. That's on the government side. We want to make sure that the entire enterprise is aligned to those priorities, not just the acquisition side, but also T2Com from a requirement standpoint, ATEC from a testing standpoint. We want to make sure that everyone is aligned on those and focused on those quarterly events that we support. Accelerate capability delivery. At the end of the day, we are trying to find ready now capability that we can put into the hands of soldiers through acquiring prototype kit while the Army simultaneously works the transition to a PAE, to a CPE or a PM in order to scale the capability for an Army level requirement. Success for us is not just supporting the ASCC CGs. Each of the CGs understand that success also includes does this capability scale to the Army? So from an industry perspective, please understand the demand signal that you are about to step into. You may be talking to an ASCC, but the capability that you're bringing, we are looking to scale that to the Army. And lastly, at the speed of war. Can't move at our normal pace. GTED was created as a result of the Army Acquisition Transformation Initiative. We actually became an entity prior to that rollout in November, but we're here to move faster, we're here to move smarter, and we're here to do it at the tactical edge, while at the same time having close ties to the entire enterprise. So these are the things that if we hit these, we will be a success. This will happen quarterly. We will look out 6 months every quarter to make sure that you are in complete alignment with where the government is going, and we will walk through the requirements for that industry call that's going to go out. So I'm going to pause there and I'm going to push it over to General Reagan. Again, thanks to everyone for attending. I'll be back later on, but there's a lot that we're going to discuss today. One of the things I want you to keep in mind, there will be many of you who may not have the full solution. So if you don't have the full solution, but you have something that you think aids in that full capability that we're looking for, this is your opportunity to start those discussions from a partnering standpoint. Find those other companies where maybe one or two of you don't have the full solution, but when you come together, you have exactly what the Army is looking for in the theater and Army-wide. So with that, I'll pause and I will hand it off to General Reagan, sir. I really appreciate your time.
Okay, I just want to start by reinforcing a couple of messages that Chris Hill said. And before I do that, I just want to tell you that I cannot say enough about what the GTED team does for the theater Army. It is really amazing. I come in the morning, the first person I talk to in the morning is one or two of the GTED members. Before I go to bed at night, I'm talking to them again. And it's because of the relationship and the operational effect that they're having in this theater that is moving very fast. Can't say enough about that. But it's in my mind, it's what we really need are sensors. We need those joint all domain effects, sensors, network, radars, effectors, unmanned systems, data enabled decision making that enables us to go faster and faster than the enemy. You know, and my boss always says that there's two rules of war. Rule number one is you got to find and kill what is killing you with more lethality. And then rule number two, you have to be able to do that at a cost that is acceptable. So it's got to be cheaper than what's killing you, right? And so those are things that's very important to us. Other things like Chris Hill just talked about, it's got to be scalable, and then it's got to be interoperable with the 32 nations that are part of NATO. And so those are things that we're working very hard on. And then we really rely on the defense industrial base to help us make sure that we've got the right magazine depth so that we can do the things on the edge that we're really focused on here in the theater. So I look forward and I thank you for the opportunity that you gave me to speak to you here. It's really amazing the capabilities that you're bringing together. I'm excited on how you're going to help us solve those problems, right? Because we don't have the numbers, like I said, and I won't go into the specifics, but if you think about air-land battle, we didn't have the numbers in then, and we changed the way that we operate, which the EFDI really is an operational concept that looks at the problem differently, heavily reliant on lethality on the edge, heavily reliant on the ability to move and process large amounts of data quickly, heavily reliant on cheap, low-cost effectors. And that's what we really need from industry. And then the last thing that's very important to us, and Chris Hill mentioned this, our ability to experiment and accelerate that experimentation and learning on the edge. And that's the capability that the GTED brings to us. That's the capability that you as industry have the opportunity to participate with. We just need you to bring it and bring it fast, and then scale it and scale it fast. With that said, thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you again. It's always an honor and privilege to have you on, especially hearing directly from you to industry. I think is going to be critical as we continue to gain momentum and provide capability to the tactical edge. As we continue to move team, we're now going to transition over to the fuse, and you'll be able to hear from Lieutenant Colonel Arnold, the military deputy for the fuse. So, sir, Lieutenant Colonel Arnold, the floor is yours. Sir, if you're speaking, apologize, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Good
Loud
to
and
go?
clear, sir.
Yeah, I
and we're
apologize for
listening.
that. Hey, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Arnold. I am the military deputy for Army Fuse. I apologize for Dr. Willis could not be here. He is attending the eMERGE event, just another one of those industry engagements that we try to get after to bring your ideas into the Army. And that's kind of the theme of the Fuse that I'm kind of going to go through today. Next slide, please. So let's start with the Army Fuse and how it fits into the pit, right? And so the pit, as you know, was stood up in November 2025. Army Fuse came a few months before that and then placed under the pit. If I can give you like the big couple sentences, pictures of what the fuse is, right? The fuse is the how for the GIOP and the GTED and for the pit, right? And so you see here X-Tech, Cyber Sitter, TMI, Mantech, and you see Catalyst. What they telling you, what this shows is how we actually get after innovation. So GIOP and GTED are our customers first, to where they need to get something done fast. And the theme I believe you will hear today repeated over and over and over is two things: one, innovation, and then speed. And so that's what we do in Fuse. We deal with speed. A lot of the efforts that we can get after, we have internal contracting. We have authorities to award, to do contract awards, to do actually prize competitions, to do those awards. And so again, it just gets after that speed that we need in the Army. As Colonel Hill said, we cannot go at the normal pace that we're used to. We see what's going on in the world. We see how dangerous the world is, and the Army needs your innovation fast. Doesn't need to be the perfect thing, the perfect tool. It just needs to be good enough to get to soldiers in the dirt to where they can actually play with it, get feedback to you, and you can improve upon. And so that's what we do in the Fuse. Next slide, please. And I won't read the slides, verbatim. I just want to just give you that highlight. So the Fuse itself, we have 4 programs underneath. Each have a particular responsibility. And so let's start with the vision. The Fuse pushes to redefine how innovation goes from concept to impact, right? By forging certain partnerships with industry and synchronizing efforts, thereby unlocking possibilities for the warfighter. So bringing your concepts to the Army, proving them out, getting them into soldiers so they can play with them, break them, give them back to you, and tell you how you can make it better. Our mission, as far as the Fuse, is accelerate the transition to innovative capabilities to the operational units by, one, connecting efforts. That's what you have. Scaling the impact once we prove that it works, scaling it out, and reframing our Army acquisitions through a soldier-centric approach. That's the GTED and GIOP out there on the ground doing their thing. We're getting it to them, and you're getting it to the soldiers again, breaking, getting it back to you to fix. So basically, the concept is trying things out in the mud, right? So again, Fuse is not just a collection of programs. This is not a stovepipe. These are not stovepipe solutions that you see here. They all work in conjunction together to get capability to the warfighter faster, and then scaling for the Army to move towards programs of record and all that. There are 4 efforts you see here. I'll start with the X-Tech. X-Tech, that's our Army the Army's top prize competition for scouting and advancing dual use commercial technology. Cyber Sitter program, their purpose: turn early stage ideas into operational solutions, connect small business with non-dilutive funding, meaning we're not looking to own your company, just looking to get money in your hand so you can prove it out and see if it works. Mantech, Their purpose is to strengthen the industrial base. They're more on the far right of the spectrum of improving manufacturing technology, so Mantech. Then TMI, bridging innovation and battlefield integration. So where some of you may be is you have this great idea and it may even work. And so now TMI, their whole purpose, of course, is take your technology, help improve upon it so that we can scale it up to the Army. And this is what makes the Army Fuse program. Next slide, please. So this chart right here just kind of shows how each program runs their prospective efforts, right? So X-Tech, they start with the white paper and a live pitch. Typically the awards are 10,000 to 250,000. Again, non-dilutive awards. We're not looking to own your company. 15 competitions you see that we conduct annually. The budget, $5 million, of course, but time span is short. So you win a competition, you have 4 to 8 months to kind of prove out something, or you can walk off into the sunset. I just want to highlight that too. We're not here to keep you here with us in the Army. You can come compete for something. If you win, there is no requirement for you to come back to us. You can take that award and go improve upon your technology and deploy it into the commercial solution, only, or you can improve upon your solution and come back to the Army via the SIBR program, right? And so that's the other part of this. SIBR starts with kind of a proposal. We send out and say, hey, we're looking for your idea, and you can start with the white paper, right? I have the greatest thing since sliced bread, and this is what it does. And you put it on a proposal paper. If we accept it, we award you a contract to go prove that out. Tell us that you have the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now show us. So show us that it's there. These are contracts, again, 250 to 2 million. They span 16 to 18 months. You can see what our annual budget typically is, 420 million. And so our awards, again, 250,000 to 2 million. All right. And so the TMI, right? That's the bridging innovative to capability. We start out, these are typically start out in TRL 5. So these are things that have been proven out on your own or via the X-Tech SIBR program, and we want to take this and scale it out to the Army and make it something operational. That's what TMI kind of comes in. And Mantech, as mentioned, deals with manufacturing technology. Next slide, please. All right, and so the key to this chart really is just this: there is no single entry point into the Fuse ecosystem. That's the whole point of this. It really depends on the maturity level of your capability. If it's just a white paper, that's fine. If it's just an idea, put it on paper, bring it to us. If you get an award, take the money, see if you can bring it to reality. If you have something and you just need just a little bit more funds to make it Army ready, that's X-Tech. And so the framework really this is a flexible framework to how we get in things. So bottom line is that you have something, bring it to the Army, show and prove. That's it. And again, just going back to what Colonel Hill said, that this is all about speed. So taking your innovative ideas and scaling them out at the speed, quote unquote, of relevance. So next slide, please. So this right here just talks about how we're trying to improve our partnerships with non-traditional innovators. This is not the typical big contractors that have done business with the Army for decades. This is about the guy or gal that's in the garage that just thinks this is something the Army needs. We know you're out there. Please come to us. That's why we go to these events. That's why my boss is not here. He's at the eMERS, because we're really trying to find that technology that's being developed in the garage, and maybe we can make it something bigger. So expanding the defense industrial base is one of our priorities, and we do that by getting after everybody and anyone that has a great idea that the Army can use. Next slide, please. So just really, this slide just talks about our purpose. So no need for me to repeat it, but things I just want to just highlight. The one thing I just want to highlight here is there's two things. I'm sorry. One, where it says de-risk emerging technologies. That right there talks about giving you money to scale up your stuff to bring it to the Army. Again, we're not looking to own companies, right? These are prize awards that you compete for. And if it's X-Tech, you can choose. You can take your money, go off into the sunset, or choose to come back to us to keep going, right? And then again, accelerate technology transition. Dual use technology that you may have deployed in the commercial market and you think you found the niche that the Army can use. Next slide. So I'll close out right there. The bottom line is that this contact information, which I'll ask the guys to leave up for a few minutes. If we have some time, leave up for you to copy. We have emails, we have websites, we have LinkedIn. You go on LinkedIn, search Army Pit, and you'll be able to get a hold of us. So I'm tracking that we have questions for later. So I'll just pause there. And I appreciate you guys kind of inviting me. And I apologize for my boss not being here again. So thank you.
Sir, no, thank you. I appreciate your time. Again, team, we'll have our questions that we'll be going over real time later today after our break that's planned for 12:20. And I just foot stomp and reiterate what Lieutenant Colonel Arnold said. If you want to follow what GTED, what GIOP is doing, what the Fuse is doing, follow the Army Pit. It's an all-in-one ecosystem that shows all the innovation and experimentation that is taking place. With that, any good virtual forum has to have a hype video. So what we've done here with our team is we provided a quick video of what GTED is doing at the tactical edge. And we'll go ahead and play that for you guys now.
Our adversaries aren't waiting, and neither are we. Core to the Pit's acquisition ecosystem, rapidly deployed, impact proven. GTED provides a direct line from commander to industry, from prototyping to field testing, and from feedback to contracts at a game-changing rate, so innovations can and do meet needs at the speed of war. GTED cuts the time from request to combat-ready response to integrated solutions from years to weeks, and closes the gap between solution and soldier. That's a win for our warfighters, vendors, and PAEs, and all who count on the Army. We're moving in step with the pace of threat, delivering the latest innovations to the Army to bring the best of the Army to the fight.
Okay, team, now I get the honor to introduce the director for the Global Tactical Acquisitions Directorate. Sir, I think that's the best form of introduction to kick it over to you to provide an overview for the forum for today. Sir, over to you.
Hey, Josh, really appreciate that. Thanks to the team that put together the video. We're going to continue to evolve as more and more events happen. We'll continue to show more and more the capabilities that are coming through GTED in support of the Army. So, so this forum, as I mentioned earlier, I think is extremely important for the industry partners that are listening. This is an opportunity that has not necessarily been afforded throughout the history of our Army acquisition in the manner in which we're doing. One of the things, the big takeaway that I want you to have from this is we want you to be armed with the information that you need in order to align your resources internally to go after those problem sets that you believe you have answers to today. One of the charts that was shown during the Fuse portion of the brief, I think is extremely important. So as these are pushed out to everyone the chart that shows the different manners in which you can work with Army Fuse. So there are areas within the Fuse that will touch capabilities that are not quite ready for prime time. And that's okay. If you are in that bucket, that's where you need to interject yourself. And then there are portions of the Fuse with X-Tech that will touch where we reside for GTED. That's why it's not just GTED. That's why we have a GIOP. That's why we have Mantech. That's why we have these other things, because there are other areas in SIBR. There are other areas where many of you will find yourself supporting and interjecting yourself within the ecosystem. The portion that I'm going to talk about right now is going to be the X-Tech portion of it, the prize challenge, or what we now call accelerated capability events, or ACEs. We are at the point in that continuum where we are looking for TRL 7+ systems or capabilities that answer a problem now. That once we validate that, if you're chosen on the back end of that demonstration, you will find yourself in theater pretty quickly to do an operational assessment, and from there into the hands of soldiers who are in combat. In this case, it could be an ARCENT. It could come right back to Europe. It could be pushed forward to the Pacific. Could be pushed to the southwestern border. So I just want you to have that mindset for what we're talking about here. Out of all those things from a Fuse perspective, we're talking about those later TRL capabilities that are ready now. So there's the bluff. How do we go from rapidly evolving threats to actually capability at the speed of war? One of the ways we can do that is through our process, but the way that this really happens is the types of capabilities that we're looking for. The only way that you can stay relevant from a speed of war standpoint is to have minimal changes from a hardware perspective and maximum changes as it comes to software. Your software has to be the one that can keep up with the threat or pace the threat. Can't be weeks and months of time that we're waiting on hardware changes. It has to be days that we're waiting on software changes, or hours in some instances. You see those value drivers. We talked yesterday with the government about direct commander alignment. GTED, when you hear GTED and you hear requirements that come out of GTED, equate that to coming from the mouth of the CG, because all of our requirements come from the CG of the ASCC. Now, they bubble up from the soldier level. They bubble up from the brigades, the divisions, and the corps. But once it gets to the ASCC CG, that's where we receive our guidance, period, full stop. Rapid industry access, we just talked about that. How do you get involved? You will see GTED through X-Tech. You will see GTED through DIU, and you will see GTED in the future through Soft ATNL. We will partner with all three of those in some form or fashion with the prize challenges or the ACEs that we will do in the future. Operational validation. There should be a chart in here later where we're going to talk about a new capability for an operational assessment forward that we are currently setting up as we speak. That's going to be the final tactical mile for systems prior to the CG saying yes, and us putting full funding on an OTA in order to procure those systems. And then the pathway to scale, very, very, very important. This is your demand signal. This is how you go from 20 systems to 2,000 systems. As we start this innovation process and we bring vendors into theater to train soldiers how to operate their systems, you're going to see patches that say Acquisition Corps. And those patches that you're going to see are going to be from PAEs, the actual CPEs, the PMs with programs where we are looking to transition these innovation efforts into their portfolios. Extremely, extremely important. Next chart. So we've kind of talked about this just as a quick overview. When we talk about the PIT, they call it co-parenting. So the PIT answers to two entities. It answers to the commander for T2Com and answers to the Army Acquisition Executive up at ASALT. Within the PIT, you have three entities. You just heard from Army Fuse. Then you have the Joint Innovation Outpost, the GIOP, which is currently located at Fort Bragg with 18 Airborne Corps. They're in the process of standing up two more, one with I Corps and one with 3 Corps. And then you have GTED. GTED currently is here in USARAF in Germany. We also have a GTED arm in Hawaii right now with USAPAC. And on the horizon, we'll be looking to do a similar capability with Western Hemisphere Command, as well as ARCENT. Also a SOCOM arm in order to help facilitate either capability coming from SOCOM to to the larger Army enterprise or from the Army enterprise into SOCOM. But when you hear PIT, this is what you think. You think we're answering up to ASALT and T2COM, and down within PIT, the action arms are the GIOP and the GTED, with the business function and the engine behind that being Army Fuse. Next chart. So why do you want to work with GTED? So without reading this chart to you, if you look at some of the things that industry has been asking for over the years, I'm 17 years into my acquisition core career, 18 years. And I've heard a lot. I've heard it all. I've been to industry days. I visited tons and tons and tons of industry partners in their facilities, office calls. And a lot of what we're doing here in GTED is we're bringing the lessons learned over many, many, many years, many conversations, and trying to put those into a process that aligns with where the Army needs to go and how industry is prepared to support. So demo to contracts, there you go right up front. We don't want to do demonstrations for demonstration's sake. We don't want to run and demonstrate the same thing in 3 different exercises or to 3 different commands with no contract on the back end. We're solving that. The dollars and funding, we're going to tell you right up front as you're entering into a ACE window, what type of dollars are we talking about? What type of dollars are on the table, both from a prize challenge perspective and for a prototype on the back end? The real mission needs are simple, right? We are only doing things that come from the CG's mouth in order to win in a theater level war. Those are the capabilities and the priorities that we are going to ask industry to help us to solve. And as you go down and through those, you know, the level of the playing field is huge. So we're not looking for major primes that will have many, many, many subs. What we're looking for are direct contract vehicles, OTAs, prototype OTAs, directly to you, to bring you in directly to the government and to allow us to take that capability and scale it so that you can then be on a level of working with the Army across many units through a project office. That's where this is headed. And lastly, the satisfaction of the competition requirements. One of the reasons we partner with X-Tech and DIU and Soft AT&L is as you go through those prize challenges, it is a competition. It does satisfy all competition requirements, which is why on the back end, we are cleared to go into contract via an OTA with any of those companies that we select as winners coming out of the back end of those demonstrations. Next chart. So this chart here kind of talks of a specific example of how in the September timeframe, if you look below around September the 12th, we received a directive from the CG here in USARAF that called for a specific piece of kit that we wanted to put into the hands of our international partners and our US soldiers. Back on 17 August, we had an OTA that had been put in place. There was a hostile incursion from Russia into Poland and Romania on the 4th of September. We were told on the 12th of September that we want this capability in the hands of these soldiers within 14 days. We sent a team into theater to assess that kit along with operational soldiers. And 21 days later, we had that kit in hand. Now, this is not just a testament to the unit wanting to move fast and be aggressive. It's not just a testament to GTED having acquisition professionals forwards and authority and dollars to move fast. It's also a testament to the industry partner, because the industry partner had to lean forward in a lot of ways to make this happen. But that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly one of the things we're going to have if we're going to move quickly. You got to meet us halfway. There will be times where you're going to have to meet us as we're trying to come together to get things done. And that's what happened in this instance. The reason that this chart is so important, if you look at the point to where that master OTA was signed on the 17th of August, and this is just a prototype OTA for potentially a few pieces of kit, and you fast forward to 13 March, ADM, for those of you that may not know, is Acquisition Decision Memorandum, which is the document that is utilized for the DASM within ASALT to sign that turns a system or a capability into a program of record. That happened in that short amount of time. Not the 2-year period it normally takes to write a requirement, not the months and months it takes to go through all of the levels of approvals that we typically would have to do. It happened just that fast. So what we're looking to do in our new way of doing business, and it won't be like this for everything, but the majority of things that we bring through GTED, we're looking to have a similar timeline of how quickly we can move from an innovative idea to a demonstration to an operational assessment to the Army saying, yes, this is something we need to scale across the Army. Let's put this in the portfolio of a PM. That's exactly what happened here. So if you look at how the Army has transitioned from an acquisition perspective in the creation of the PAEs have been given a lot of authority. They've been given a lot of tools within their toolkit that will continue to evolve and to be able to accept these types of capabilities and look at it from a portfolio perspective and accept these to become programs. And, you know, there are a lot of things that still have to happen. We have to get to a point where funding is flexible and things of that nature, but we're taking huge steps right now to make this a reality. So this right here, interject your capability into this chart. This is what you could look like 6 months from now, what you could look like 8 months from now. Your capability could go from an innovative idea, a demonstration, all the way to a POR in less than a year. These are the types of things that we're looking to replicate. Next chart. This is just a depiction of where we are located. I talked about this earlier. USARAF, USARPAC, SOF ATNL. I kind of always leave out by mistake CTAF-AF, Southeastern Task Force, or Southern European Task Force Africa. So there's a 2-star commander who is responsible for AFRICOM, who still falls under the USARAF CG, but has a specific mission with AFRICOM. We have the African Lion series that is going on as we speak into the month of May. And that event is going to be a heavy lift in a very, very permissive environment in Morocco. So that's going to be one that you should keep your eyes on, because we're going to start here pretty quickly gearing up for the next African Lion and how that competition is going to feed into that. But that's a huge competition that not only gets a lot of interest here, but you're talking 20, maybe 30 European/African nations who also will be a part of that competition. So, and I want to make that point as well. A lot of what we do here is not just to bring visibility to the US, but it's also to bring visibility to our partner nations. So your capability also becomes available to those partner nations for procurement as well. The headquarters for GTED is at Fort Belvoir in Virginia. There you'll find myself, my deputy, and some of the functions that you see listed there. Also the PAEs. We will have a footprint in each of the PAEs, which will help facilitate the relationship between the forward entities and the enterprise in the rear. So those officers and their teams at each of the PAEs will be responsible for understanding those PAE portfolios, communicating directly with the PAE leadership, and making sure that that relationship remains strong, so that the PAE is always abreast of what we're doing forward, and vice versa. If we have a question about something in a PAE portfolio, we have a belly button within that footprint. Next chart. So before I pass to Colonel Ralph, one point that I want to hit is this. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. One of the efforts that we're starting here in USARAF is called the EFDI, the Eastern Flank Deterrence Initiative Integration and Innovation Hub. This is going to be a physical location that's going to reside in Jordan, the country of Jordan, at a place called Deep Element. So myself, the Deputy G3 for USARAF, and a team of 10 to 12, we are about to deploy into Jordan. We're going to be there for a period of time to get this stood up. The bottom line is that's the last tactical mile that I mentioned earlier for every piece of kit prior to it going into the hands of a combat soldier. So there will be a no joke operational assessment of your kit in theater where ATEC is involved. So we will do both safety releases early at our initial demonstrations with the ACE, and then we will do safety confirmations as a part of that operational assessment to make sure that everything is on the up and up and that we are ready to introduce that kit into the hands of soldiers. So for an example, if you think of it in the manner of your particular capability coming out of the back end of a prize challenge or an ACE, a certain amount of your kit will be held in the hands of soldiers. You'll leave behind equipment. Then you fast forward to the operational assessment, and we will procure X number of your systems in order to execute that operational assessment. On the back end of that assessment, there will be a thumbs up or a thumbs down recommendation that we give to the CG. If the CG says yes, then we will execute the CLIN on your OTA for the remainder of those prototypes that we will have negotiated. So potentially we will procure 10 of whatever it is for the OA. And as soon as we get that thumbs up, we will open up that CLIN where the funding will already be waiting in order to procure the other 200 or the other 300 or whatever the number is that the unit is asking for the echelon that we will provide that kit to. So we are building these processes as we speak. We are putting the pipeline into motion as we speak. But just to give you some expectation management, that's the way that we are going to move from demonstration to kit left behind to operational assessment to opening up or exercising of the CLIN for the major portion of the buy. On top of that, once we do that initial buy, let's say we go from 10 to 200. That goes into the hands of those 4 units. The assessment does not stop. The feedback from the unit, from the soldiers, does not stop. The expectation from the government is, as that feedback is coming back to us, and as that feedback is being provided to you, you will continue to iterate that capability. You will continue to go in. If it's software, you will continue to iterate that software. Potentially, if it's hardware, you can iterate the hardware. When GTED comes back 6 months later to do a second buy of prototypes, the expectation is what we buy that second time is not the same thing we purchased 6 months ago. You should have iterated. That capability should be better based on the feedback from the field. That's GTED. While that whole process is taking place, the Army will have made a decision of, do we scale this to the Army? Does this go within the portfolio of a PM? If the answer is yes, then now the PM starts the process of coming for those dollars. The PM starts the process of, if the PM has provided flexible dollars, to do another buy to bridge the gap between the innovation effort and the POR buy. So we are facilitating all of this forward, but we're working directly with the PAEs who own programs. They own those portfolios alongside those CPEs. So that's how we are bridging that gap. That's how we are linking with the PAEs. And that's how you go from 10 to 200 to 2,000 of a potential piece of kit. Everything we do here is looked at globally. It's not just from a European perspective. GTED is globally focused, regionally aligned. Everything we do is looking at a total Army program or a total Army capability gap. So I want you to keep that in mind, that it's not just focused on this theater. It's focused on how does this capability scale to the Army for a global effect. Thanks for your time. I will be back later on as we start the portion where we go into the industry questions. I want to pass it off now to my battle buddy, Colonel Doug Ralph,
Sure.
who's our lead for all of our contracting guidance within the pit. So Doug Fresh, take it away.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, good morning, team from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, home of the Airborne and Special Operations Forces. Very proud to be here. Very proud to be a part of this presentation. So my question, how is everyone? Right? Are you enjoying your time? To start, for me, I've completely enjoyed the GTED ASCC forum thus far. All right, it's been fantastic. We've heard from Major General Reagan, who I've worked with many times in the past on his strategic guidance on U.S. Army Europe, Africa, and enterprise alignment. We heard from Colonel Hill and Arnold on how the GTED and the Fuse work to include their scalability plans. Some really great stuff. And I can tell you from personal experience with Chris Hill, Colonel Hill, he is hands down the hardest working acquisition officer that I've ever met. The guy is all over the world. He is the guy who's given presentations one day, and the very next day he's in the field with soldiers making sure that the kit is working properly. It's just an exceptional leader. So please, just keep that in mind. But as I recap what I've heard today, right, there's been 3 themes running through this forum that I think are perfectly relevant to what I want to talk about today. First is the extraordinary evidence of innovation. From all the presentations we've seen and all the companies represented here today, the variety and the range of innovation, it's just simply incredible. The second thing is that all this innovation and rapid change has really put us in a place where we really have no idea what's going to happen in the future, right? Who knows where we're going to be in 5 to 10 or 15 years, right? So, and the third thing is the extraordinary capacity of the companies, that are participating in this event. I've looked through the list. There's over 1,000 companies that have registered for this, right? And your propensity for innovation is absolutely amazing, right? We need you. We absolutely need you. But my contention is this: while most companies have a tremendous talent and creativity, that talent sometimes gets squandered. All right, so I want to talk about innovation, but more importantly, what I want to talk about is contracting. Right, I'm all about contracting, and what I find is, everybody has an interest in contracting, right? Don't you? Imagine for a second that you're at a networking event or even this event, and you run into someone who asks you what they do, right? And if you tell them you work in contracting, right? Well, first of all, if you're in contracting, somebody made a mistake at the door, because you usually don't get invited to these type of events. I can tell you, I normally don't, right? It's usually the PMs, the VPs, and the CEOs. And if you are here as a contracting person, you're almost never asked back. So don't be surprised if you don't see me again. But if you are here and you say you work in contracting and you start talking to somebody, you can almost like physically watch the blood run from the person's face, right? Their eyes get glazed over. You can think, I can almost see them thinking to themselves, oh my God, right? A contracting nerd, why me, right? I'm in an innovation forum. I'm trying to figure out how to sell my product, right? How do I get stuck talking about the FAR, right? It's just the worst. But if I ask a small business or a non-traditional firm or a CEO or a PM about what contracts they have, suddenly I'm like the most popular person in the room, right? Like I get pinned to the wall about questions, because contracting is one of those things that really goes deep with people. Am I right? Like it's personal. It's highly financially involved, and it's super detail oriented. So we all have a vested interest in it, partly because a contract is meant to take you into a future that we really can't grasp today. It's a relationship and a commitment. And if you think about it, some contracts awarded to small businesses and non-traditional firms this year may not be closed out until 2031 or even later. So the really interesting bit is nobody is entirely sure what the world will look like in 5 years, yet we're actively contracting for it today. The unpredictability is extraordinary on how quickly war can change. I recently heard a great story about a little girl that I love to share in her art class. This little girl usually doesn't participate in arts and crafts. She just sits in the back of the class doodling. But this lesson was a little different. The teacher allowed the children to draw whatever they imagined instead of drawing what they were told. The little girl was in the back of the room just getting after it, drawing away and intensely focused. So the teacher was fascinated and walked over to her and asked, "Hey, what are you drawing?" The little girl said, "I'm drawing a picture of God." right? The teacher paused and said, well, but nobody really knows what God looks like. And without missing a beat, right? Traditional, typical little girl, she snaps back and goes, you will in a minute, right? And what's relevant to me about that story is that kids will take a chance. If they don't know something, they just try it, right? They're not frightened of being wrong. Now, I don't mean to say that being wrong is exactly the same as being innovative, but we do know is that if you're not prepared to be wrong, right, you will never come up with anything original. And that is exactly what our small, non-traditional and venture capital companies do, right? You produce creative, original solutions. However, once you get on a government contract, right, we start stigmatizing mistakes in a very complex scenario. So companies become terrified of being wrong. Contracts become full of bureaucratic problems, security concerns, payment issues, competition requirements, the list goes on and on. And as our companies grow or win contract awards, sometimes they lose their tolerance for mistakes, right? So they pivot from focusing on solving bureaucratic issues instead of focusing on their innovative solutions, which is what we need from you, right? The result is we're literally contracting companies out of their creative capacity. The late Harvard Business School professor, you may have heard of him, Clayton M. Christensen, once said that companies often fail to innovate because they are too good at listening to their current customers and focusing on their existing products. Over time, this creates a rigid structure that makes it nearly impossible to embrace the messy, less profitable work of true innovation. I believe this passionately. We don't grow our companies into innovation. We grow them out of them. Or rather, we get contracted out of it. So why is this? Right? My family and I lived in many places over the years. I lived in Richmond, Washington, D.C., West Point, Huntsville, Alabama, to name a few. About 3 years ago, we moved to Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, the home of missiles and space, and one of the highest concentrations of science-based PhDs in the entire country. And we moved from there to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the home of airborne and special operations. All right, we moved from the land of scientists to the landscape dominated by meat eaters, right? So you can imagine what a seamless transition, right? That was for me and my family. I have four young daughters, right? And I have to say a word about the PCS move, right? Of the 4 daughters, 3 of them are triplets, and none of them wanted to move. But my oldest daughter really didn't want to move because, you know, she had a boyfriend. This was the love of her life. His name's Jared, right? She'd known him for a whole 3 months. Mind you, they were celebrating multiple anniversaries over this 3-month period because when you're 16, 90 days is an absolute lifetime. She was incredibly upset during the trip, and at one point she looked at me. We were driving, she looked at me with tears in her eyes and was like, "Dad, I'll never find another boy like Jared again." I fought back the urge to laugh hysterically because frankly, I was thrilled, right? It was like the best part of the move was I couldn't wait to get rid of this kid. But something struck me about the transition, right? And seeing how companies contract when you move around the country. And it's that every contracting system has the exact same barriers for innovative firms, right? Every single one. It doesn't matter where you go. And you'd think it would be otherwise, but it really isn't. And at the top of the barriers list, right, is the extreme administrative complexities, the onerous security requirements, financial instability caused by slow payment cycles, and the biggest villain of them all, and we hear it all the time, is the valley of death. It's the gap where a successful prototype or innovation fails to transition into a funded program or record due to a bureaucratic, or what appears to be, right, a bureaucratic misalignment. I've seen it with a bunch of programs, Kinetic Energy Defeat. I could give countless examples. To navigate this, there are three critical things we need to understand about the contracting relationship. The first one is the diversity of agreements, right? The ways to establish a relationship with the Army or the GTED are incredibly diverse. There are FAR-based contracts, other transaction agreements, sitter, prize competitions, and venture capital partnerships. Colonel Hill mentioned this earlier. Yet most of us are jumping in to solve the immediate problem without reading the fine print or understanding the differences of how they work. The second, lifespan and endings. Contracts have different lifespans. Some have base years with options or pivot points out to 4 years or more. Others run on phases, and some are just single prizes. So most importantly, some other transition pathways and follow-ons. So while others don't have those follow-ons, so you have to understand those lifespans and those endings. The third thing is unforeseen variables. Contracting agreements, right? They involve latent risk to small and innovative businesses that included the things we talked about earlier: administrative complexities, security demands, and sometimes unstable payment cycles that move things around that can derail our otherwise brilliant technology solution. Let me go back for a second, adding to that second point about pathways, right? To quote one of our brilliant speakers from earlier today, who used a lot of acronyms like ADM. But I'm still trying to figure out some of these things. But the underlying genius was clear. Innovation without a transition path is just a taxpayer-funded science project. And that's not what any of us are here for. We are here to accelerate capability delivery to our soldiers at the speed of war. It is critical. I can't say it enough. It is absolutely critical, right? And what I can assure you of today is that we contracting nerds of the world are here to help. All right, the Army's new pathway for innovation and technology and the GTED are fundamentally changing how the Army approaches commercial technology adaptation. Through agile processes, unique contracting authority, and a diverse team of experts, we have reduced the time it takes the Army to identify a problem, prototype a commercial solution, and implement it into the field for warfighters. The GTED is our front door for the U.S. Army Europe and Africa, as well as the other Army Service Component Commands, led by Chris Hill. Our regional outreach strategies enable us to lower the barriers to entry by proactively connecting the Army directly to companies, labs, accelerators, academic partners, and investors. Our partners represent every aspect of the Army, and we are engaged at the highest level to identify security challenges that can be solved with your commercial technologies. And our team for the GTED is the 409th Contracting Support Brigade, and they will be here to work with you every single step of the way. Colonel George Kloppenberg is our brigade commander, and Miss Emily Fahili is our deputy. And they and their team are truly amazing people, and they're happy to assist traditional, non-traditional companies through the entire process. All right, some closing thoughts, right? The GTED Forum is ultimately a celebration of the gift of human imagination and innovation in support of the Army's greatest ever formation, right? But we still have to be careful that we use these gifts wisely to avert the bureaucratic scenarios that have been discussed today. The only way we can do this is by seeing our innovative capacities for the richness they are and seeing our contracts and our agreements for what they truly are, tools to build the future. Our task is to educate and support our innovative companies holistically so they can face this unpredictable future. By the way, we may not be the ones who fully see this unfold into the future, but there is a next generation of soldiers and innovative companies who will. And our job is to help them make something extraordinary out of it, to make sure that our Army and our country is here forever. That's all I have for today. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel McDonald, who is going to talk to us about how to do business. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sir, yeah, thank you for your time again, Major Josh McBillion, for the team. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you for taking the time to walk through the contracting guidance from the PIT. With that, so we're showing the agenda, and I do apologize. We have around a 20-second lag for this live forum. Completely fine, acceptable, just setting the expectations for you guys as we're driving the slides. There's about a 20-second delay. Next, we're going to be pivoting to how to do business with us, really getting into the processes and procedures, or what we like to say here at GTED, the blocking and tackling, how to do business with GTED. So now I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Director, Lieutenant Colonel McDonald, and he'll walk through that process. Sure.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Colonel Ralph, for laying out those contract actions and sticking with sticking with the consistent theme for today, which was ready now innovation, speed and acceleration, and scale. My goal for today is to help you innovators or walk you through how to do business with GTED. We heard earlier from Lieutenant Colonel Arnold, and he discussed the PIT ecosystem. Now I want to talk to you about GTED and how to engage with and how you as industry partners can engage with GTED through our accelerated capability events. And ACE, it is the fast track pathway for industry to demonstrate solutions, give direct soldier feedback, and transition capability at scale to our PAE partners. We want to talk that in 3 distinct phases, which we have laid out in this chart. It's through submission and preparation. It's through our live soldier feedback, which you heard Colonel Hill speak to extensively. And finally, the follow-on evaluation. So we want to stick to in my overview of how to do business with GTED over the next several charts. We're going to lay that flat so that you can understand and be best prepared to submit your white papers and compete in our prize challenges going forward, or accelerated capability events. Next slide, please. So phase 1, this begins with the submission, this begins with your submission and preparation. Key takeaway from phase 1 is we're looking for you to attend our quarterly forums. The purpose of attending our quarterly forums, it gives you the opportunity to be informed as to what the next ACE events will be for the upcoming quarter. We're going to get to a point where our ACE events are scheduled more than a year to 2 years out. That is the goal. You can continue to follow us on the PIT homepage, our social media pages, the website. We will push content out to you as to what our ACE events will be in the near future. You'll be able to follow us on the different forums that we're participating in, and everything that we do to communicate, to include the questions and answers following this session, will be posted on the PIT homepage. For your preparation and submissions, this is key. When we submit an R5 out to you, this is your opportunity to not only get a firsthand glance as to what we're looking for to bring into either USAPAC or USARAF. Right now, we're looking at 2 distinct capabilities in those theaters. We're looking at TRL 7 and higher capabilities for those events. Sorry about the background. Your preparation and submission. For your prepare for soldier-led demonstrations. This is the portion in which you'll be given 2 weeks. Within that 2-week time frame, this is your opportunity to not only engage with our soldiers, you'll also be given an opportunity at this time to train them and work with them during that evaluation process. They'll operate your equipment for that 2-week period. For that 1-week period in that demonstration. And following that demonstration, we'll select our finalists on initial cash award. The finalists attend regular preparation syncs and prepare authorizations early. Sorry, please. Phase 2. This phase begins really at our live soldier demonstration. This is when this is a time where got a slight delay. This is the time in which you will have the opportunity to again work with the soldier in the field. This is the first time they'll have the opportunity to train with that capability in theater. It typically takes place in a sandbox. And you'll be able to demonstrate that capability with our soldiers at one of our ACE events that are led through either a VIU or X-Tech type prize challenge. Following the end of that demonstration, there will be a vendor live pitch in which you will pitch your concept for that ACE event to our partners and eventually lead to a cash award. In the final phase, which is phase 3, this is our follow-on evaluation. Following the live demonstration, we'll select up to 3 to 5 vendors, if not more, to leave kit behind for the next 45 days. Over the next 45 days, this will be your opportunity to work with the soldier to iterate on that capability, bring it up from its current TRL level to a higher TRL level, and with the intent to be able to move into an OTA follow-on award, other transactional authority agreement, in which we will have a scaling partner in the field at the time to be able to help you through that process.
All right, team. Hey, Major McMillian again. So we're going to continue to walk through that. That was a very high level of how to work with us in terms of our accelerated capability events, of breaking down at a very high level, macro level of how to do business with us. Now we're going to start getting into a little bit more specificity of how to actually employ your capabilities, demonstrate those capabilities, and then be able to provide those to the soldiers to inform future potential procurements and or transition opportunities. So the next, we're going to transition over to Lieutenant Colonel Filipunas. He's going to walk through what success looks like. And I also think it's critical, and just to set the stage, he was the one who just ran Edge Strike for us in Grafenwehr, Germany for our ground robotics and launched effects. So what better way to provide you guys real feedback on how you can improve your solicitations for us than him. Sir, floor's yours.
Hey, team. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. So as Josh had mentioned, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Filipunas. I led the last GTED ACE, which was the Edge Strike ground. Excuse me. So we, as General Reagan has mentioned, we acknowledge these aren't easy problems. They're difficult, and quite frankly, if they were easy, we'd already have them solved. So we're reaching out to y'all to help us with this. But first, we want to make sure that we're allowing y'all to set the conditions for success. And we acknowledge that your success is essential to our success. However, many companies unintentionally create their own barriers as they prepare to move into an ACE event. So what I'm about to tell you today, it's not theoretical. These are exact steps that led to successes for other companies based upon the previous 2 ACEs that we've conducted thus far. It'll carry you from the capability gap to the white paper to the live demo and the evaluation of the leave behind equipment, which will eventually lead into OTAs and, if beneficial or if successful, fielded capabilities at scale. That at scale being a key component of what we're driving towards. So before we begin, there's 2 options that the companies have to really assess and decide what they're really going for their goal. The first option is simply to win an ACE, walk away with an oversized cardboard check. That's option 1. And option 2, our preferred option, is we want you to partner with the Army and close real capability gaps and put solutions in the hands of soldiers today. So if you're focused on the second goal of fielding and scaling real solutions, then we'd ask you to avoid some of the hurdles that repeatedly slow or otherwise remove promising technologies from contention. So before even starting on the chart that's displayed here, the things that you can do now between now and the time that the ACEs that we have planned for the first quarter of FY27 would be to begin executing or setting the conditions for success in what we call the ENS2. So that's exportability, network, spectrum, and safety. As far as the exportability goes, systems work perfectly, CONUS, and we acknowledge that. However, unfortunately, or very fortunately, I should say, that's not where we have any conflicts currently. So we're not going to hold an ACE there. We're going to move those into the AORs and put them in operationally relevant environments. So be prepared to export your technologies, OCONUS, outside of the continental US. So whether that's export clearances for specific components or exemptions for your entire system, whatever that looks like, begin looking at that now in order to have that prepared for global exportability, as Colonel Hill had alluded to previously in the brief. Next up, network. So EN, so ND network. Most systems are going to touch the Army network somewhere. They're going to tie into our C2 structure, and we have to acknowledge that due to that, the cybersecurity of not only the technology you're bringing out, but any of the components that touch that have to be cleared for network approval. So you need to begin researching authority to operate, ATO, as well as interim authorities to test, which is a temporary ATO, if you will. And I'm sure that there's some cybersecurity folks on here who will contest that statement. However, that's the simplistic way of putting it. So it allows you to access and put your equipment on our network so that during the demonstration, we can ensure that it actually communicates with those C2 structures. If you don't have these things in place, then you won't be able to fully demonstrate your capability. So in order to do this, do the research into the ATO and the ITT, and I would strongly encourage employing cybersecurity and risk management expertise if you do not already have them on your team. This is a major barrier for many new startups because they're just not looking in that realm or considering those types of aspects. The third thing, ENS, the first S being spectrum. So again, everything can work great, CONUS, and you can meet all of the spectrum emission requirements for CONUS. However, internationally, they have different requirements. So each country is going to be a little bit different. So as opposed to trying to find components that are globally meet global standards, be prepared with all of the documentation that emits any type of frequency. So this includes Wi-Fi, this includes controllers, wireless controllers of any type, LiDAR, SATCOM, Starlink type terminals. All of this needs documentation and needs approval to be put onto the spectrums and to admit in these operational environments that we're going to put them into that are not US based. So be prepared for that. These are major things that you can just have documentation ready to go. The sooner you can turn it in, the better off you are. It's less of a headache for your team as well as the team that's trying to put on the event. It really makes smooth things over. Finally, the last S for the ENS2 would be safety. So the majority of the Army Test and Evaluation Command, the majority of information that ATEC depends on is information that you provide. So in order for them to release a soldier safety release or a safety release for this event, for your technology, it depends on your documentation. So strong documentation means faster releases and fewer usage restrictions. If your documentation doesn't support them using your technology to the fullest because it doesn't have any type of safety checks or otherwise, then that's a restriction they have to put on, and it may limit your technology standing out because we can't perform the task to the fullest extent. So lean forward on these things and set the conditions now for successes in the ACEs that are happening in the first quarter of FY27 and beyond. So switching gears from what you can do now and moving over to the chart. So I'm sorry, could you go back one slide, please? So the first and foremost on the white papers. So for the white papers, we had many submissions that actually came in, and quite frankly, they failed to address the capability gap. So make sure that your RFI is not your slick sheet just retyped into white paper format. That does no good. Tell us about the capability gap and how your technology solves it. You want to be intelligent and make strong, informed decisions. And so you need to be able to map the capability to the stated ASCC requirement. Generic marketing heavy submissions, they don't stand out. And quite frankly, they're cut in the first round of the competition. You may have a great piece of tech, but if it poorly aligns to the capability gap, then we can't move forward. Measure transparency matters. So overselling or making unsubstantiated claims will become quickly evident. Judges will identify it, and whenever you come to the live demonstration, it'll be evident. And just be prepared for that. So next item would be your technology needs to be TRL 7 or above, real, mature, and field ready, not labware. So it needs to be fully functional. And the expectation is that it's an 80% or greater solution towards the capability gap, ready today, ready to put into the hands of soldiers. All of the ACE events are soldier-led events. Your equipment needs to start quickly, operate reliably, survive in the environmental conditions that it's going to be sent into. So USER-PAC is slightly different from USER-AF due to the saltwater conditions that it may be put in. Those types of things need to be tailored to the environment. Next up, be ready for integration. So the systems have to integrate into the AC2 system on day one. So utilizing things like MOSA type structures in order to facilitate rapid integration into those systems is preferred. If you have a walled off system that is super proprietary, the integration is going to be a barrier that leads to you taking hours or days to integrate, and we're looking to integrate in minutes. So you're already behind the power curve. So look for those MOSA solutions, those open architectures that will allow you to integrate into known Army C2 systems, TAC, ATAC, WinTAC, Lattice, or any type of C2 COP tools that we are utilizing to either pass information or send PLI data back and forth. So be prepared for that. Next up would be training and execution. So I'll be upfront with this. You're not going to get as much training time as you'd like. The most disgruntled vendors are those who arrive unprepared. And what prepared looks like is you have a trained team of trainers. You have cheat sheets for the training to assist the soldiers when they run into issues. And then you have the ability to let the soldiers operate your system. It's not a demonstration of you demonstrating to soldiers. It is them running the system. They must be able to put hands on the system and have the training prepared in order to do that. One of the lessons learned on our end during a previous ACE was that we only allowed the soldiers to troubleshoot. The path forward now is that we will have a timed period where soldiers will troubleshoot a system whenever they're doing the demonstration, and then the vendor can assist after that time elapses. However, if they have these cheat sheets or otherwise, then the soldier being able to resolve it really is the benchmark that we'd be shooting for, so that the vendor never has to step in. That shows a truly mature system that is ready to go and be fielded as rapidly as possible. Next up, be prepared for rapid, candid, and immediate soldier feedback that we would anticipate you take back and begin iterating on as quickly as possible. Whenever we give you that feedback, that's really one of the benchmarks, not necessarily during the live demonstration, but definitely in the assessment period that is to follow in that 45, 90-day post-demonstration period. Did you listen to the soldiers' feedback? Did you change the user interface in order to meet their needs? Did you change the control layout? There's numerous things that they would like to, that they will provide you feedback on, and being able to respond to those types of things rapidly and having the background in order to do so is, or the back end, if you will, structure and staffing in order to support that is really something that we'll assess during that assessment period. Lastly, the post-demo follow-through and the path to transition. So as we're moving from left to right on this chart, going from the RFI to the white papers, to the live demonstration, to the assessment period, to the OTAs, we're continuously necking down vendors to the OTAs. So if you make it to the live demonstration, but you're unable to leave equipment behind, you are putting yourself at a you're limiting your ability to achieve that OTA because we're not able to do that true assessment. You may have demonstrated fine, but if you can't leave the equipment behind, then you're essentially removing yourself from the running, with very few exceptions. So be prepared. Have a plan to show up and complete the entirety of the process and what that looks like for you. If you want to achieve an OTA, again, if your goal is to show up and win an ACE, okay, success for you, but it's not the partnering in the OTA and the fielding that we'd like to see with true partners that are trying to move forward with us. Additionally, plan for the follow-on OTAs. Whenever we finish the assessment, we're going to be looking for you to rapidly provide additional prototypes. So that may require venture capitalists in order to invest in your organization, in order to be prepared to ramp up manufacturing or otherwise. So whatever conditions you need to set, because during the live demonstration, part of it is a pitch about the health of your company, your organization, in order to let us know how healthy you are and your ability to actually achieve production within a set number of days or months, not years. So just remember that, be prepared, and have a plan. So for this slide, the bottom line is the ACEs are not prize competitions. That's not what they are. These are transition engines. If we're trying to go all the way through this process and move into transitioning into scaled solutions for the Army. It's a very clear path going from white paper to demonstration, soldier eval, OTAs, and scaling. That's going to be repeated in every ACE, and we're working through that. So and I believe Colonel Hill mentioned this previously, we want to invest in you, we want to scale in you, we want to field good solutions, but we need our industry partners to meet us halfway by being ready, integrated, or able to be integrated, credible in the claims that they're making, and compliant with all of the documentation that's necessary in order to move us forward rapidly. So that's what success looks like for an ACE. I do want to switch to the next slide. And so where are we going with all this? So very quickly, the top line are the ACEs that we've conducted, and the bottom line is, or the bottom set of boxes is where we are as an organization. So as you can see, GTED is very new, stood up last August. And so we're moving forward and developing teams. We've already got one deployed in USARAF. We've got one deployed in USARPAC. In the very near future, this month, the SOCOM team is arriving. And then we anticipate developing the team at Western Hemisphere as well as CTAF by the end of this summer. And then next summer, we anticipate having a team set up in RSENT so that we'll have global coverage and filling out that full G in GTED's namesake. So, but our successes that you've seen on the top line, we've conducted a few iterations of ACEs, specifically the most recently being Ed Strike, moving into African Lion and Sword for these in the next 2 months. And then, as I've already mentioned, the next two being the first quarter of FY27, Agile Sustainment and Unmanned Sustainment, one in USAR, the first one being in USARAF, and the second one that you see there in USARPAC. So we look forward to seeing the what industry has to offer for those, and we look forward to you joining us in these opportunities and meeting the expectations that we've laid out for industry. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Josh, and I appreciate it.
No, sir, I think that was spot on. Thank you for the time. I think what you just laid out continues to reiterate of how industry can be successful with GTED and our accelerated capability events. And then just, I think to reiterate on that is like, we're a team of teams here. Communicate, collaborate, and then reciprocate. And at the end of the day, deeds, not words. If you're invited to a demonstration, make sure that you follow through and you do your best to provide that capability for our soldiers to experiment and test with in demonstration events so it could transition. But sir, yeah, I think absolutely spot on. All right, with that now, team, we're going to start transition to specific ASCCs. We're going to start off with Major Lucas for U.S. Army Europe and Africa. they're going to focus on the next accelerated capability event that we're going to be getting after. And you're going to hear directly from them and the operational customer what those capability gaps are. Cody, over to you.
Hey, thanks, Josh. Can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear, Cody.
All right. So how much time do I have, Josh? Because I know industry's heard a lot. I've been here quite a while, and I really want to lay this out. So I know the questions, there's going to be a lot of questions, but.
No, I think this is perfect. So we have until 11:40 for you. So you got plenty of time. We are ahead of schedule.
Okay, I'm going to take all of it. All right. So just to clear up a few things. So there's a lot of events that happen that are called prize challenges. I want to, I know General Reagan, when he kicked off the chief here, he said prize challenge multiple times. I want to make it clear to industry, when you see accelerated capability event, that's tied to GTED. All right. So if you see a disparate prize challenge happening out there, it may not have Colonel Hill's acquisition authority tied to it, which means after it's done, right, there may not be an option for an OTA. I don't want to speak for other organizations, but for us, I'd say accelerated capability event is what you're looking for. That's the new message we have. While we were proofing the concept out here from Flytrap 4.5 and counter UAS, which I'll hit in a minute on this chart, and Edge Strike, they were called prize challenges, and it was confusing to some of industry. So just to clear that up, when you see accelerated capability event, it's going to have some meat on the end of the bone for an OTA option for prototype purchases. Another thing I want to mention is these are, Colonel Hill mentioned these are direct commander alignment. So what you're looking at here are USARAF staff developed and General Donahue approved, aligned with FCC Forge database requirements on this chart right here. I know the numbering may throw you off. It says 1, 2, 3, 5. It's not because we can't count. What happened is I messed up the chart, frankly, and we removed one from here that will be added back for next year. That is high altitude balloons and air launched effects. Right now, African Lion 26 is happening. We were a little, as we proofed the concept, that was one we were not going to proof this year because it's going to be a large event every year. And Salai Papau, who is a member of our team, is down in Agadir, Africa right now, and she's there with some prototype equipment from PAEs. DIU is doing a prize challenge, not GTED. DIU is doing that with an entity there for General Gainey. Next year, you've seen the name Major Van Wee is coming out of CGSC. She will be the lead there. You can likely look for an accelerated capability event prior to African Lion, culminating prior to African Lion next year, and the kit that's left behind will funnel into African Lion for General Gainey to make a decision on where he'll send that request up to General Donahue following for what they're going to pick for their leave behind equipment. And again, that's next year. All right, another thing, just to orient you to the chart and tell you who's going to brief you. So you're not only going to hear from me, you're going to hear from Major Williams, 21st TSC, who is the dedicated host or major subordinate command that's been tasked with the next accelerated capability event, ACE, Agile Sustainment. So you heard about aligning with the C2 structure. So if you look at the first integrated mission command network, what we've done here, it was not an ACE. That really applies to all. That'll be essentially, think about a technical supplement in current RFIs that go out. We're aligning that with next gen C2 compatible items. Our CTO, Dean Farrell, who's currently forward, along with Lieutenant Colonel Rich Ricketts from the NGC2 Trail Boss Rep that is aligned with General Donahue CTO. We'll provide a technical supplement. We'll align efforts with him. And when you see that RFI go out, we plan to have that technical supplement in it so you know what to align your capability with. For the second item on here, counter UAS and persistent early warning sensors, just to let you know that we're following through with what we're saying we're going to do. We did that event last November. Around the same time, we're going to do Agile Sustainment this year, just prior to the holiday. We have competed that event, had leave behind equipment, And now the unit, 10th AAMDC General King, with all the feedback that they funneled up through the USARAF staff, has selected a vendor to go to an OTA with. That's Mountain Horse Solutions. We awarded them today with $3.72 million for kit that we're going to pump right into theater for the current conflict. So that goes to show you, we had, I think, 4 or 5 winners from there, around $250,000 each. And of those 4 winners, Mountain Horse, I believe, was one of the winners. But what we're seeing is, even if you're not a winner, that leave behind equipment, what you heard Colonel Philippunas talk about, was that iteration with the unit, that continuous iteration with the unit, because they're coming back saying, hey, it's hard to get in touch with this vendor, can't get them on the phone, their capability is difficult to maneuver. Hey, we asked them to change their handset for this, their headset for this, or they're saying, hey, this vendor's out here. They put someone out here with us at risk because it was their choice to make while they could iterate. It's your choice. So for that second one, for the third one, for Edge Strike, that capability that was just competed, that Lieutenant Colonel Philippunas ran, those leave behind sets are currently at Flytrap 5.0, which is a 5th Corps led innovation cell led by Colonel Matt Davis. That equipment that was left behind is operating in Flytrap 5.0, being reviewed by the 2CR commander. Currently, the PM is there, Colonel Bernier, or he's supposed to be there, looking at capability. He would be the transition partner, and he's here to make a transition. He wants to know what the theater wants, and we had companies that chose not to leave equipment behind. I think part of that may have been our fault. We're cleaning that up moving forward. What we told the companies was, if you do not choose to leave it behind, it doesn't mean you can't stay in contact with the unit, especially if you're a winner. You can iterate, show videos, you can use whatever methods you want to provide that user, that soldier at the tactical edge, who knows what he needs to fight with, because he's executing the commander's against the commander's guidance to execute his mission forward. And very quickly, you see with the commander we have here, who I think is the center of gravity for everything right now in the Army. We're in theater right now for the stuff you see playing out on the news. So I think very quickly, within this 45-day period afterwards, there's going to be a selection for a follow-on OTA for that one, and we have funding ready to go for that prototype, which will then again transition. What you guys also heard at the beginning was Colonel Hill mentioned up front. We went in the theater at the guidance of General Donahue, and we identified a capability based off Shahed incursions into Poland and Romania. We came back out of there, and you're hearing from Josh McMillan, who worked the backside support while some of us went forward, and that capability has since transitioned to PM for armaments and energetics, Colonel Vince Morris. He has it now. JIATA 401 purchased over, I want to say, 13,000 systems. That is also pumping in the theater. So that's a capability that Colonel Hill mentioned that immediately transitioned, and we did that, sir, I want to say in about 120 days total, from inception to execution and then to transition. And what's important about that is when you're called upon, you got to be ready to go. The vendor that we're awarding for number 2, I want to take my time and go through this. I want you to understand. We called them and we said, hey, we need kit and we need this many items a month. And they said, oh, we can't do it. I said, okay, we'll go to the next vendor. And they said, whoa, we can figure it out. It's going to cost us more, right? It's going to cost us more to get the different items we need to push out. The bottom line is it's your choice at that point to make it happen, because do you want that first bite? Is that where you want to make your money at, or is it the transition? And that's the biggest thing I want you to know. The unit's going to be talking to you, but don't think it's just a unit there. That's where it's going to end. You're going to be aligned with the transition partner. So what you're looking for to grow your organization and to scale is the transition. And then let the PAE, CPE, PM, product manager identify your production capacity and your ability to scale and then move forward. That company came back and said, hey, we're ready to move a little bit faster, and we're happy with that. And again, I want to highlight them. That's Mountain Horse. They're working with us now, and we're going to get them going. In the middle, I want to bring you to the bottom. It says upcoming USERAF ACE will directly address agile sustainment capability area, 4.1 million in prize awards. I want to address this, and prototype OTA funds. We haven't indicated how we're going to split that out. My recommendation to the commander here, Colonel Hill, is that the prize awards isn't what we're going after. If you're a vendor that spends $700,000 to ship your equipment overseas for a $200,000 award, I don't think that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the after effects. If not, put it in the chat. Say, no, that's not what we're looking for. We want a bigger award. We don't want the transition. I doubt we're going to see that. But understand that what we want to do is we want to be postured to provide you with as much as we can for that OTA prototype, because that's what's going to bridge the gap between that and transition into the longer term with the program office for sustainment, procurement, fielding, schedule, etc. So we're messaging to you now, which we didn't during our proof of concept, that there is $4.1 million in prize awards and prototype OTA funds. Likely, like Colonel Philippounis said, after the initial up select, down select, whatever term you use, you submit your white paper, judging happens, which I'll go over here in a minute, and then you're invited out. If you're a part of that top 20, you're going to get a little bit of money then, or maybe you don't. And then when you get here, maybe you get a little bit up front. We see you show up and you get a little bit more, you compete, and then you get a prize at the end. And then there's the ability to leave your equipment behind. I want to emphasize it is important that you do that. And I don't think we were clear enough during the proof of concept, but I'm trying to make it as clear as I can now. Josh, I'm not sure, how many people do we have online from the vendors out in the world?
So this is a live form, Cody. So the real numbers, you're only seeing people that have the actual MS Teams chat. So we have roughly online, we'll be able to pull from the metadata, expected between 1,300 to 1,500. Okay,
great. So share it with all your friends. So we just want to make that clear. And then go ahead.
No, I was saying, Cody, too, and just to reiterate on this as well, and as you're talking and laying out how we are working across the formation for the entire Army enterprise, ATEC, T2COM, I think that's critical for people to know as well. Yep. And this will be on YouTube immediately afterwards, so this will be shareable.
Okay, great. That didn't make me feel good, but I got it. All right, so at this point, what I'm going to do is as you see the follow on, so spectrum enabled warfare, medical and casualty evacuation, all domain fires, those will be the next quarters following, right? So we don't have the direct date dialed in yet, but just think second quarter, third and fourth following out. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to transition over to a Major Williams from 21st, and we're going to go to the next slide so he can address that agile sustainment, those 6 areas. He's going to give you a rundown here on those capabilities and kind of what he's looking for from a 21st TSC perspective. Major Williams, I'm going to pass it over to you, and then for the vendors out there in industry, I'm going to really dial into what each step looks like as we move forward. Over.
Thanks, Cody. Major Mike Williams from 21st TSC. We've been tapped by USERAF to handle the agile sustainment piece of EFDI, which you heard Major Reagan mention at the top of this. So with Eastern Flank Deterrence Initiative, in addition to all of the sensors, effectors, and network requirements that he mentioned at the top and that you saw on the slide previous that Cody walked through, USER is really envisioning a robotics forward defense. And so it's going to be highly consumable in nature. You know, we're anticipating that a lot of this EFDI is going to be sustainment by replacement, but we also still acknowledge that we have to maintain and distribute in support of attritable and, you know, more durable, survivable platforms, both legacy and emerging. And that'll be at the tactical edge, but then it also goes, because we're the Theater Sustainment Command, all the way back to, you know, the major ports in Europe. So 21st TSC is not necessarily footing the bill for all of that work, but we're coordinating it to make sure that these systems are able to get down to the right users to get hands-on with the equipment, provide the feedback, and then ultimately recommendation on which awards to recommend through GTED. So as I talk through these 6 capability areas, you will see that they're more top level. We've tried to highlight what we think is the most demanding requirement within each of the capability buckets, but it's in no way restricted to just the capabilities that you see here listed on the slide. When the actual call to industry comes out, it'll be much more thorough, and it'll lay out some of the details of how we see these capabilities differing by echelon, both in terms of scale, in terms of the level of autonomy required, things of that nature. But for the sake of this, we've just kept the slides thin, and then I'll do voiceover to provide some of that additional information. We'll start with the first one. You can see that we're not treading very much new ground with a lot of these. So unmanned or uncrewed ground payload transportation, again, something that we have seen demonstrated time and time again, exercised multiple times, and yet we haven't managed the transition pathway. And so this is, again, through GTED, looking to change the way we do business to actually get this capability in the hands of units, and then make sure that there's a pathway for other units adjacent to them to field similar capabilities at scale. We think that the capability on the screen is probably the most demanding for EFDI because it's looking at the capability we would need to move containerized fires relatively deep into the battle space in contested environments where unmanned formations are going to dominate, and we're not looking to push a lot of manned sustainment convoys. The requirement's a little bit more lenient as you get closer to the port side of the house. So you're looking at more improved infrastructure and less autonomy requirements. You know, we have units like 16th Sustainment Brigade and the TSC that do those port to fort movements, and will continue to do so, maybe with a leader follower construct. And then we also think that the requirement is less demanding as you get into the smaller sized unmanned ground vehicles that are moving payloads that are closer to 500,000 pounds instead of a full 20-foot equivalent unit. And that's the type of capability we would anticipate resupplying battalions, companies, platoons, or OPs. Again, not a lot of new ground there, looking for a wide variety of things and then hoping to make more successful transitions than in the past. The second one, autonomous container handling and movement, is very much tied to that first one. So 2 primary use cases. Again, I'll start with the most demanding. We think that we need some of those palletized, containerized munition systems to be able to be completely dispersed onto the battlefield, repositioned autonomously. And so if it's not on a palletized load system and it needs some sort of wretch type capability to handle and move it, this is what we're getting after there. On the less demanding side, we're also looking at how can we reduce the manpower requirements and the sustainment burdens at our break and bulk points. So how can we move containers around shipyards? How can we move containers from rail to line haul using less sustainment manpower, you know, just a couple of sustainers that are supervising robotic equipment or autonomous equipment that's managing those yards, much in the way that commercial industry is doing with their large supply activities. For the third one, future power generation. For this one, I'll start just kind of at the tactical edge, really interested in advanced battery solutions, particularly in the standardized form factors that the Army is pursuing, and novel recharging solutions so that we can reduce the electronic class 3 burden that we're putting on our dismounted units that are moving in this contested environment and trying to recharge, multiple dozens of different types of kit. At the company, battalion, brigade level, looking for hybrid power solutions that are going to reduce the class 3 burden to sustain those units and allow them to operate with a lower heat and acoustic signature that's created by persistent generator operations. Again, we know that there's plenty of solutions that are already out there. We're looking to make this a more successful transition than some of the ones that have been previously demonstrated. And then even in the rear areas, looking at the hundreds of kilowatts or megawatt type capabilities that would be necessary to run division and corps sustainment areas, to run more fixed facilities. How do we reduce power demands on a dynamic battlefield where we're not sure what the ability to connect to traditional physical infrastructure will be in some of these rear areas? We'll go to the next slide to talk 4 through 6, and I'll give it a second to build for everyone that's online. With the autonomous power, we think that a huge capability in need is going to be the ability to transition that power to the autonomous systems that are operating forward. So again, acknowledging that a lot of those are going to be completely consumable and we don't need to worry about any kind of recharging or resupply, particularly if it's a one-way attack munition. But for the things that are persistent ISR, for the things that are maybe droppable munitions or, doing droppable sustainment or, ground-based sustainment, how do we operate FARPs for those without, in an area where we want to reduce manpower demands, reduce risk to force, how do we FARP, resupply and refuel those autonomous systems autonomously? That's what capability 4 is getting after. Capability 5, uncrewed aerial payload transportation, again, kind of looking at this in 2 tiers. So the thing that's well developed and built out, and we've seen plenty, is the small UAS, I think 150 pounds and below of droppable payloads. We think that we can, again, have some success there, but would also like to start looking at larger things. Again, as a theater sustainment command, we're interested in how can we reduce the demands on traditional rotary wing aviation for the Army to do resupply, or commercial line haul, things of that nature, when we need to move things quickly from port to fort. And then last, on capability 6, for the uncrewed automated ground recovery, again, looking at the survivable and attritable systems that are going to be forward. If we do need to bring, or sorry, just the survivable, but not the attritable or consumable. If those do need to be recovered, either because it's a traditional manned system that's gone forward, and it's either disabled with its crew, but it needs a recovery, or maybe the crew's been entirely disabled as well, or if it's a pure UGV UAS that we would like to bring back because we think we can repair it, we can get it back into the fight. Again, how do we do that without exposing a traditional M88 wrecker crew capability of that nature, so that we can continue to automate the forward repair and distribution functions that our tactical units would do. And so with that, you've heard me describe a number of capabilities that don't all entirely live within 21st TSC. And so I just do want to highlight that 21st will coordinate this for USAREUR and make sure that we have the right partners for the soldier touch points, but not all of them will be in this unit. 16th Sustainment Brigade will handle some of the larger port-to-fort items that are rear area, larger form factor. But really, we're going to need our 5th Corps forward partners, probably 2CR and their sustainment units to do the bulk of this. But we also have access to 3 Corps and the sustainment units that are back stateside, so long as they have a training cycle that matches up with the timelines for this particular ACE. We're still doing the analysis to see what those units are, but acknowledging that getting these things to Europe just for the sake of the hands-on demonstration, or not demonstration, but hands-on touch points prior to award, recommendation and grant can be a lift. We are still looking at some CONUS-based options for units that are USAREUR assigned. Cody, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Hey, thanks, Major Williams. I really appreciate it. I just want everybody to know, so Major Williams, again, is from 21st TSC. You heard from General Reagan earlier. I'm not sure, we were late on the net, if he mentioned he was the former 21st TSC commander, just recent. So Major Williams worked for him down there. Major Williams has, again, been tasked and will be a key part of the planning group for this. This is my last slide. I'm going to take my time on it because just want industry to know, I looked at a couple of the comments and I know that they're going to be addressed afterwards, but just to hit it, it's not our goal, obviously, to put you out of business. You got the ability, like Lieutenant Colonel Philippunas said, to submit that white paper directly driven to those things you just seen. But I want to address a couple of things throughout this whole process that you've heard about, not to be redundant, but to really lay it out. So, and I'm going to start from the left column where it says key dates right there, because I know this is what you want, and I'm going to walk all the way through, and I'm going to try to hit as much as I can. So, again, this is going to be the ACE process. Starting on the left side, we addressed government yesterday, which had all the PAEs, T2Com. We had all the senior leaders on it when General Donahue briefed. I want to make it clear, the command from USARAF headquarters, the Deputy G3 briefed with me yesterday, Colonel Pete Erickson. We will do a full order for the theater to support this. So you'll have the support of the whole theater all the way down to the unit or the platoon or the company that is your soldier reps on the battlefield. You will have direct access to them. You will not be cutting through a program office to get to somebody. You will have direct access to them. All right, so in the first column, stakeholders, what I put a note here is stakeholders are assembled, and my X-Tech meeting, my first X-Tech meeting is tomorrow. Brian Jernigan, who you'll hear from in a minute, out in USERPAC, that's helping build the team out there. He will be the ACE, the Accelerated Capability lead for this theater for the next 3 years. So I'll be General Donahue's lead here, but he and I will work hand in hand together on these efforts. So he and I assembled probably, I'd say, 20 stakeholders last night from the Agile Sustainment community. I'm going to give you a name, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Judy. He was heavily present in our engagement yesterday. He identified he's going to be one of the guys looking at transitions. So if you don't know him, now you do. I think he wants to be known. He wants everybody to know that this is serious, and this is what we're going to get after. Going back to not putting you out of business, you submit your white paper. If you're a part of the upselect, in the third column, I'm going to get to where you're going to be in meetings with us and with stakeholders from as early as July, maybe sooner, all the way up until we execute the demonstration. We don't want you to bring kit if you can't, but the reality is if I need you to scale pretty immediately, I would get in line with Army Fuse, venture capitalists, figure out who believes in your system as much as you do. If you believe in it and you need someone to host you and back you, that's where you go, because I can't figure that out for you, but I don't want to be abrasive in making that statement. It may seem that way, but we had that come up at the last prize challenge on a capability that was very good and everyone liked. They were interviewing someone to back them, and they said they just hadn't made a selection yet. I told them, I said, I can't help you with that. At the end of the day, we may want to scale you pretty rapidly because the soldiers really like the capability. So after coming out of Flytrap 5.0, who knows if they still like you, we may be coming to you. So I would get in line and get that done pretty rapidly. But again, white paper, that just takes some of your time. Get through that upselect. Now it's on us to say, okay, let's listen to what your need is, right? We're going to identify what that initial money is. We're going to help you get over here. And then it's up to you to demonstrate that capability and really lean forward in making sure you're in touch with that unit. Even if you're leaving one system behind, you can iterate on it. If they believe in you and they like your system, they're going to like 1 or 20, whatever you can afford. That first column, again, stakeholders are assembled. X-Tech meeting number 1 with myself to identify when we're going to post a call to industry, which I know is another question I'm going to address. That is happening tomorrow as we lay the plan out. Judges, I want to address the judges, that'll kind of start to be assembled. We have went wide and far during the first 2 proofs of concepts. X-Tech goes out, and I want to highlight them. They've been absolutely phenomenal in our partnership together. I don't think we've talked about them enough here. Jessica Stillman's phenomenal. She loves talking to industry. Jamie Wilson, same way. Reach out to them if you have questions. They welcome it. They're your front door. They have been phenomenal. They'll put that initial judging board together. You won't see all of GTED. What we've asked is 75th Innovation Unit. So I think I can share that. They have subject matter experts in these fields. We've asked them to be a part of that. We now want the unit who wasn't heavily involved in judging during the first round. We want them involved. They know what the need is. They're laying the requirement out. So we're talking to Bill Huggins from 21st TSC, Major Michael Williams that you just heard from, Mike. We're talking to them about, hey, let's align what unit it's going to when this order comes out in theater from the USARAF staff, and let's get the right judges on there that know the need and not just spread it out to the Army SMEs, but we're going to pull those in too. Think ATEC as well. So people that understand the operational requirement. So that right now, if you look, identify event, focus dates and location, draft an RFI, evaluation rubric, etc. That'll be happening right now, starting tomorrow. Pushing over to the next column. Right now, you see May post-open industry solicitation. I put this out in the government yesterday, and I got scolded by X-Tech. Love working with them. But General Donahue has 3 things that he talks about in his command philosophy, and it's probably the shortest I've ever seen. Number 1 is be a good teammate. Number 2 is, and to expand on being a good teammate, there's going to be hard times. There's going to be times we argue. There's going to be times we get into it, but that's a part of being a good teammate. He's a football guy, played at West Point. That's just how he operates, and he moves extremely fast. The second thing is be relentless. In any approach to doing what we want to do, which is exactly how we're trying to change the acquisition community, is being relentless in how we approach getting you to the X faster. getting money in your hands to defeat the enemy faster, getting equipment in the hands of our soldiers so they're not exposed whenever they have a conflict like we're dealing with right now, potentially in multiple facets. And then the third thing he lays out is being unreasonable. In order to do these things, you have to be unreasonable. You have to have 20-hour days. You have to have people like Lieutenant Colonel McDonald, our deputy director, I think sleeps in the office, right? Because that's what it takes to stand up a unit that's going to have enough weight behind it to get this thing going. And then supporting industry, right? We have to be unreasonable in how we now support small businesses. So we don't want to run you out of business. We want to help you get to the X faster. And if you don't get to the X, you at least know what the next one's like and you come back and you compete again. This is a true competition. I just highlighted Mountain Horse. They wasn't the only one lined up that the unit said, if they can't do it, here's the next one. So it's a true competition that we want to go at. And there may be 2 capabilities, sir. There may be 3. That money can be spread. What we're asking the unit is identify the best one or the best 2, whatever you think's the best, and then let the program office determine through what you're doing afterwards with iteration and communication with them and the unit on how we move. All right. So what I likely what I think is going to happen is you're going to look at an RFI posting somewhere between late May and June, let's just say the 15th. That's what we're looking at. So I want to make it clear, late May and June 15th. I'll probably get scolded again, but that's what we're looking at. That's the message we want to send to you guys. When we initially posted these, I think we were opening them for 10 days during the proof of concept. We're looking to keep that open a little longer. I won't mention how long on here. I'm thinking 30 days, but I want X-Tech to kind of help me drive that. And again, that first meeting's tomorrow. So some of these dates could change. To the third column, I put, host first vendor sync in August. I'm thinking that could be in late July. Again, that's where you have now went through the competition. You submitted your RFIs. You have been through the judging panel, the initial judging, and they up select, down select, whatever you want to call it, to the top 20, 15 to 20. I think we're calling it 20 now. And they'll up select to that number, and that's when we have that first vendor engagement. During that, we likely will have weekly vendor engagements, and I'll work with Brian Jernigan on that, and that'll have everyone. So any question you have as we're moving through it, any concerns you have, you'll be able to address them during that. During this phase as well, once you're selected, Major Philippunas hit on it. It's been kind of difficult through the proof of sometimes getting those vendors that are selected, getting them to get their documents in. He's telling you to prep now because you're going to be looking at that. I forget the acronym you use, Bobby, but I'll just cover the items. ITAR, IATT, Spectrum, ATO, cybersecurity, global exportability, and then safety. We got ATEC fully on board with this. I mean, ATEC right now for myself and Colonel Hill are downrange. They're assessing capability real time whenever that hub gets stood up here shortly. So I think I'm covering everything there. Again, late July, first vendor meeting is the hope right now. That's what I'm hoping we get to. Maybe it's in early August, but you will be online with us. And if you look at that, that's still 90 days prior, almost 120 days prior to when I think the execution is going to be. Over to the next column, I want to highlight soldier driven and rapid feedback, because they will give it. You're going to see squared away soldiers that are prepared for war, because that's how General Donahue drives this theater, and they're going to know their capability. They're in the field continuously, and they know what they need, and they know what they're looking for. I'll tell you, this point is where you really get to get out in the field, and it's a good time. You get to really get with the soldiers, and we're going to assign soldiers to you, and those are going to be the soldiers that are with you. You're not going to get one day and one the next day. And the way it looks is you show up, the unit is going to, during those vendor engagements, they'll lay the con-op out to you. They'll lay the location out to you. You'll know where the hotels are near it, where you can stay. You'll know where you can stage your capabilities. You'll know where your setup area is going to be. And then you'll know which soldiers are assigned to you once you show up. We do meetings every morning, kickoff meeting. You and the soldiers go for those first 4, 5, 6 days, however we lay that schedule out with the unit, which isn't laid out yet. That'll be in the op order that comes out. You won't see it. It'll be for the units, but we will communicate it. After you get through that iteration or that phase of you training them on the system and them being ready to execute the demonstration, then there'll be a schedule that lays out what your demo time is. No one's bothering you. You got a certain amount of time. I think the first one we did an hour and 15 minutes. You got a 15-minute window to prep. There's a clock. X-Tech runs it very strategically and very tight. No one gets extra time. And then you got an hour, and they stop you on the hour. And when I say stop you, they're stopping the soldiers. So it behooves you to not send business development guys out with ties and to send your engineers and FSRs out that know the capability. I'll hit that again in a minute. So that's what's happening there. You'll be able to, again, ask any question you have during that time period of vendor meetings up until we're ready to execute. Over to the end, judges during that time frame. When you show up, it won't be all the judges that did the white papers and the upselect. Once you've been upselected, we will have identified judges. It'll be heavy on the unit side. That's a key ask of the commanding generals across the globe, is that their soldiers are involved in that. And so the first event and the second event had the most high-speed platoon leaders, platoon sergeants that have 15 to 17 years of experience. Platoon leaders obviously are young, but it's the most high-performing platoon leader in that unit. And usually these units, because there's so much innovation going on that doesn't, that kind of drives vendors down, there's nothing on the back end of it, that innovation's being funneled into these. So if you're already working with someone in theater, likely it will, and they're picking the soldiers from that innovation platoon that's already focused on those things. So those will be a part of the judges. GTED will be a part of the judges. You'll see Major Brian Jernigan on that judging board. It'll be ATEC will be there. They will likely be on the judging board. 75th will push forward with the people who judge your white papers. They'll be on the board judging you. After training the soldiers, doing demonstrations, you'll then go in and you'll stand in front of that board, and there'll be a Q&A with you directly with all the judges. Coming out of that Q&A is the opportunity to sign that master business agreement, which I know there's questions on that, and I'll let the team answer that via response. But you right there will then indicate if you're prepared to leave behind equipment, right? And again, what that leave behind does for you is it gives you direct access, not to me, not to Brian Jernigan. We're here for you if you need us, but direct access to that company commander, that platoon leader, that platoon sergeant, right? We try to protect the soldiers from being inundated with calls from the vendor, but those calls go to those leaders. Whenever they have questions, they can come to you, they can talk to you, etc. During the first proof portion, I think we up-selected the 15 vendors. Neither time did we have all vendors show up in the theater. Some vendors couldn't get their kit over because they wasn't prepared. And again, it was the proof of concept. Some of it was on them, some of it was on us. We were proofing a concept. It was fast, it was furious. We're letting you know now, get your documents ready and be prepared to, right? If you got to spend money on it and you don't want to right now, compete via the white paper. And when you're up selected, just know you got to go fast at that point, because we're going to come very quickly asking for those documents so we can get it turned in to the Spectrum office, et cetera, to get approvals. One thing I want to hit here, I know there's been mention of 45 to 90 days afterwards. We're looking to go a little bit faster rather than the 90-day in, really the 45 days. The first prize challenge took us a little longer simply because we were proofing the concept, right? We're in the current year of execution of funds. So we were pulling all kind of stuff together as things changed. When you get done with November, what we're looking at with 21st TSC is executing your capabilities in an event for leave behind equipment in the January timeframe. Doesn't mean you have to be here if your kit's here. If you want to be here, it's up to you. But that's the time frame I told 21st TSC that we're shooting for. And if you think about it, Thanksgiving's right afterwards, soldiers are gone. We got about a 10, 15-day period where we're closing out for the holidays, and then we come back. So working day wise, we're looking at that 45 really to 60-day range right there. Coming out of that, the 2CR commander with all the feedback will make a decision in his formation. That'll look like a form of a memo. That memorandum will lay out everything and why they're selecting what they're selecting, and then that'll come up to the USARAF staff with all the feedback. That feedback will then be presented by us to General Donahue, us being the USARAF staff, and GTED, who's directly connected to the CG, not buried inside of a staff cell. His expectation is we walk in, we lay it out, and he makes a decision. When he makes that decision, Colonel Hill will be the first person that reaches out to you. Apologies to Mountain Horse, it went a little faster because of the current conflict, but he's fully engaged because he's making that final decision as a GTED director with the acquisition authority. And then we're coming after your kit with prototype OTA dollars. And during that whole process, who I left out of this purposely, is that product manager, that PM, the CPE to the PAE. They're embedded in this whole process. And I didn't mention Army Materiel Command is going to be also involved in that process. Lieutenant General Mohan's team has indicated to Colonel Hill they want to be fully involved. So everyone's got energy behind this. We started here. The center of gravity is here right now, and we look forward to working with you. I want to hit a couple more things right here. Right? I want to hit it again. Who do you send? Do you send a business development guy out to come inside the headquarters and talk to their friends that they knew because they were a former, no disrespect, sir, they were a former, senior leader that has leverage to get in the office and talk to someone? You can do that if you want. General Donahue's guidance to his staff has been stay away from these conversations that obligate the government with unauthorized commitments. So if you're in his headquarters and you're doing that, he's going to recognize it because he's asking me to point it out, and I'm going to point it out. We want true competition. Send your FSRs if you can. I'm not saying keep your BD guys away, but send them to us. Send them to the team that can have those discussions. And we want to have those discussions with them. If they need to talk to the program office, we want to do that. But don't go and lean on a soldier or lean on someone inside the headquarters that puts them in a precarious position moving forward. General Donahue has made that clear. There's organizations that come to him. It's obvious if you look at him, he's served in many units and he says, hey, I know that guy, but I want competition. So I want it cheap, I want it fast, I want it attritable, and I want it repeatable. He says that weekly to me, time and time again. Another thing to address, NATO partners. So obviously a program of record is what does FMS. Direct commercial sales is a thing. You're going to have NATO partners. What I didn't highlight here at the end of this event, winners will be identified for the first part before leave behind. Winners for some of the what we call before prize challenge money. Those winners will take pictures and all these things at the end of the at the last day for a distinguished visitor day. That DV day will have NATO partners. It's going to have senior leaders. We got senior leaders from ASALT that I think want to be at this next one because this is kind of the inaugural first one, proof. So that DV day will have all those guys there. So your capabilities have the ability to be seen by multiple people. What General Donahue has stood up is an organization called Task Force X, led by UK's Brigadier Gent. Brigadier Gent has replicated the GTED process across multiple countries now. So they're tracking the GTED process. The last capability event that Major Philipounis led had 2 foreign vendors out of the 5 winners win, and I think they were from Estonia and Poland. So they were identified as winners, and who knows, that may be capability, since they're in line to do business with the United States government, that may be capability that the unit picks coming out of this Flytrap 5.0 series to go with. So keep that in mind as you come out. You're going to see CGs, commanders, leaders, NATO partners, and again, direct commercial sales is a thing. And hopefully we can get you to a program of record and lean into that FMS dollar that is out there for you to access. I'm going to readdress one more thing and then I'll wrap it up. So the 3.72 million that we just are going to on that first capability event, right? We're pushing we're pushing a number of those kit into operational assessment. If it does not perform, and the vendor knows this, right? If it doesn't perform, we have the ability on the next option to halt. So that you're gonna come out. We're gonna buy. We don't want to run you out of business. We're gonna buy your initial prototype, right? We're gonna try it out, and then we're gonna decide. And the program officers are gonna help us with that. Again, we're gonna buy the prototype. We're gonna fund you, right? We're gonna try it, and then we're gonna decide. So I want to make that clear. It's not our intent to run you out of business. We want to answer all the questions that we can answer. We want to help you perform faster, better, and we want to move forward in a state that the CG has laid out, which is go now, so we can be prepared to win in the next fight. That's all I have, sir. I'm not sure if you want to add anything, if I missed anything, but I'm going to pass it back over to Josh at this time, and I appreciate your time, and we look forward to hearing from you in the near future.
Thanks. All right, team, I think we'll keep going. Colonel Hill recommend we keep going because we're going to have an interactive discussion piece laying out everything in terms of the questions that industry has submitted to us. So with that, now we're going to turn it over to the U.S. Army Pacific, Major Jernigan and Major Kelly, and also Director of Concepts, Colonel Shunky for the team. So TK, over to you guys to introduce the next accelerated capability event you're going to be doing in the Pacific. Over.
Hey team, Major Brian Jernigan. I'm out here with Major Travis Kelly. I had the unique opportunity to get out here and stand up a two-man team, stand up efforts in USERPAC. I want to touch on a couple of things as we get into the introductions here. As you've already heard from Europe, they were our baseline. They were our proof of concept, did an excellent job. Though they are the most mature theater, we are and they have a proven linkage between operational need and acquisition outcomes. So that proof of concept is complete. I do want to touch on that. We are a data-driven, globally focused, regionally aligned. So we will be able to ramp things up very quickly out here because of the linkage that we have across the entire ASCCs. And the point of that is to where we're not duplicating efforts and a lot of things that we hear about vendor fatigue. We're trying to eliminate that with everything that you've heard thus far. Moving into USERPAC, this is the expansion of GTED moving out to the USERPAC ASCC underneath General Clark. TK will expand on the next ACE and where we're moving. But a couple of wins that we've had out here is the USERPAC requirements roundup. We were in the foxhole with Colonel Shunky and his team and Mr. Wu, which is the Executive Director of Future Plans and Concepts, really hammering out and identifying the CG's gaps and what that looks like from their ready forward to the forge requirements to where we can what GTED can get after for this theater. Lastly, I just kind of want to leave you with, we are here to essentially rapidly turn commanders' priorities into resource capabilities. And we are that tactical arm to that CG with direct access to not only from the CG level, but all the way up to ASALT through our leadership in Colonel Hill. We're looking forward to bringing on the permanent team, Major Bryant Birch and Major Doug Richardson later this summer. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, TK. Thank you.
Roger that. So we're going to open up the USERPAC brief with Colonel Shunky. He's going to set the tone and talk to industry as the leader of the experimentation, working in the Concepts and Experimentation Directorate. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hey, thanks, TK. I really appreciate the opportunity to engage a mass audience of industry. We spend a lot of time with them. We're hoping that GTED can help find us the right solutions. It's a great relationship so far. Coming off the concepts from USERAF, I just want to set the stage and have folks consider how different the Pacific is. Start with some stories, and I think history is a good place to start with that. Going back to World War II in early 1942, our forces and Filipino forces in Bataan were fighting on empty stomachs. They had rationed food, medicine was exhausted, and equipment was failing. And that's not really because it wasn't available. It just couldn't get to our soldiers in Bataan and Corregidor. Convoys were interdicted, supply lines were cut, and soldiers paid the price. So the big gap there is between what industry can produce and how fast we can get to the warfighter. It's a problem that needs to be solved, not in 10 years, but now. And we've got to really better understand the theater. The U.S. Army has been very Europe-centric, spent a lot of time, probably a lot of the folks wearing the uniform and a lot of folks in industry spent their time in the Middle East, but the Pacific is ultimately different. You're dealing with 51% of the globe. A large portion of the world's population is there, and it's a mass of demographics, topography, a climate. You're talking 28 days by sea from Taipei to Conus, 19 days by sea to get, from Hawaii even to Australia. So things to consider is every product designed for the Pacific needs to survive, at least 250K nautical mile contested logistics line, needs to be able to be maintained by a small team in a graded, hot, humid, rugged environment. So I'm just going to quickly go over 6 of our sustainment priorities and what we're asking for industry. And at this point, we're not looking, for way down the road TRL experimental concepts. We have operational needs right now, and we're reaching out to you for solutions and using the GTED for that. USARAF covered the power generation at the edge. We have the same issue, but we got to look at different ways to power that. We need redundant fuel supplies. Going back to World War II, a big piece of that during the fight in Bataan is we didn't lose soldiers to killed in action. It was disease and it was wounds, and they ran out of so much fuel at the time that doctors had to conduct surgery and amputate under candlelight, and when the candles ran out, it was basically in the dark. So what we're looking for is compact, low signature generators, modular battery systems, fuel agnostic power solutions. In World War II, and I know that some places in industry and within the Department of the Army that looking at can we use things like coconut oil or coconut husk, alternative fuel sources and solutions that can run on multiple fuel sources. Also energy harvesting tools, things that can adapt easily in a tropical, humid island environment. The next thing I want to hit on, and this is our first gas coming out of the GTED, is our ability to use unmanned sustainment systems. This is a high priority. We need autonomous, attritable aerial and maritime systems that can get to that last mile in a contested airspace, vessels that can carry 1 to 5 containers, and also they can be commanded a one-to-many kind of architecture. You got one soldier or one center operating multiple of these vessels. Going back to World War II, convoys carrying food, medicine, and ammunition for Bataan were diverted by Japanese threats. They never arrived. There wasn't redundant supply chain, so a single convoy had campaign-level consequences. A survivor recalled, "We watched our hope disappear over the horizon." That was the day we knew we were done. 84 years later, it's the same issue. Our soldiers are going to be very far forward, right in the thick of the fight. We don't see our adversaries invading the locations we're at, but they have the fire and reach to put some serious damage on our soldiers. So they need to be able to have medical supplies, repair parts, ammunition. Autonomous air delivery we see as a big opportunity. They got to be attritable, precision capable, get to small islands. They got to be scalable. And another hard part is it has to be able to be navigational over waters in a degraded environment. There's no GPS someplace like this, and there's no terrain mapping. Also a big one is an open architecture. And also if one operator can, again, like I mentioned before, can operate multiple vessels, that's a win for us. Another is advanced manufacturing. We don't see this as a science project. We see it as an operational need at echelon. So larger formations would have a larger capability that can manufacture large parts all the way down to, say, a company-sized element, such as a 25th ID is doing. They can produce their own drones. Going back to World War II, this is something they did back then as they started running out of kit. They started manufacturing vehicles out of bamboo. They used coconut oil, as I mentioned before, and they cannibalized the stored equipment until that pretty much there was nothing less to cannibalize. An opportunity for industry is those deployable rugged systems, not laboratory prototypes, things that can be out in the field for the small maintenance team. A couple of things within there, compact additive manufacturing systems capable of producing metal, polymer, and composite parts. Another part of this is large digital libraries that we can preload critical parts that are relevant to our systems in the Pacific. That's going to take open collaboration among industry, integrated with our supply chain, AI enabled, and also low power. The farther we get forward, these things have to have lower power requirements and lower signature. As I mentioned again, and I can't stress it enough, the real difference from Europe and the Middle East is the humid, hot weather. Even living here in Hawaii, rust is rampant, salt water corrodes, and it also needs to be rugged enough to survive a couple of different sea states as we move this stuff around. Focus area number 4 is medical logistics resiliency. We need compact, affordable deployed medical supply nodes with autonomous resupply, field sanitation and repair capabilities for our medical equipment in austere environments, and cold chain storage for vaccines and biological agents. We can go back to World War II, lots of examples of what they dealt with in Bataan and Corregidor. Again, disease was one of the #1 killers. Malaria, dysentery. Nurses wrote back then that they had nothing left but our courage. We treated wounds with salt water and prayed for ships that never came. The opportunity there is autonomous medical resupply UAVs that can deliver blood, pharmaceuticals, surgical replies to forward stations. Compact field deployable supply nodes. Our theater army strategy is based on our ability to shoot, move, and do it again. That means medical facilities need to be rapidly collapsible and stand up for different levels of care and figure out how we can get supplies in and evacuate our folks out quickly. Portable supply, cold storage, vaccines, blood, other pharmaceuticals, multi-use sterilization. How can we make sure our instruments are as clean as possible so we don't have those cascading effects with infection? Also remote diagnostic devices. We have some pretty smart soldiers in our formations right now. However, they may not have all the information they need. If we can have certain sensors, wearables, our medics can carry devices where they can diagnose our folks at the edge. It's going to lead to cascading effects in our readiness. Watercraft. Watercraft is a big one out here. There's a number of problems with our current fleet, but our fleet needs to grow for that intra-theater lift. Big boat to small boat, then it can actually land or remove our supplies and troops onto land. We're looking for crewed and uncrewed autonomous, things that can carry 1 to 4 TEU. And then back again, capable of operating in the Pacific. Historical vignettes. After Bataan fell, soldiers from the US and the Philippines were scattered across the Philippine Islands. You think of the Philippines, you're talking nearly 3,000 to 4,000 small islands. Without watercraft, they cannot be resupplied or reinforced. They had improvised rafts, fishing boats, and swim under fire became their only means to get back and forth to different islands. A survivor wrote, "We were on an island with no boat, no radio, no hope. of rescue. The sea was both our prison and our only chance of escape. Things we're looking for is long nautical mile capability without refueling, capable of operating across the first island chain. We see our strategy and scheme maneuver, large boats from the second island chain transfer to smaller boats and get to that last mile. Sea state survivability. It needs to be able designed for Pacific Ocean conditions, not safe harbor. A steer port capability, be able to load and offload without developed port infrastructure. And another big thing, as the Army deepens its maritime activities and game, is joint interoperability. We need to be able to operate with joint systems. If the Navy or a contracted vessel is supplying that first up to the second island chain, we need to be able to interopt with those folks. The connective tissue for, obviously, for the Pacific and sustainment is the water. Build vessels to carry it. A last focus area is critical munition storage. We know we're going to need a heck of a lot of munitions. We need the ability to either store them or construct them in theater. What we need is additive manufacturing technologies that can rapidly build expeditionary high munition structures. And then we need, like I mentioned before, munitions production at the edge. Things that can be done by smart soldiers, minimal training, small teams in austere environments. Back to those historical vignettes. Artillery officer wrote during Bataan, I have the guns, I have the crews, but I do not have the shells. And we watch the enemy massing and there's nothing we can do. Not having the ammunition is a huge psychological effect at the tactical edge. Soldiers know their commanders cannot support them. The fighting spirit is eroded and they're a long way from home. So the opportunity for industry, expeditionary hard munition structure with an immediate funded requirement, not a future capability. The additive manufacturing forward could help. We need rapidly curable construction materials, concrete alternatives adapted for tropical environments. Another piece is a big opportunity for industry, modular scalable storage designs. They can be expanded and grow with operational requirements, integrated environmental controls. Again, humidity and temperature management out here is critical, and some of our munitions need that for preservation in the climate. And can't hit on this enough, and this is another one of our priorities that will be going out after, integrated with other priorities, is the signature management. The lower we can make our signature, the more protected our soldiers are on the ground. So I'll close with this. Designed for the Pacific, every solution must answer one question. Will it work at the end of a 200 nautical mile contested supply chain? It can be repaired and fixed and operated by small teams of soldiers in a degraded environment, where we really can't reach back and ask, hey, how do you fix this? Build for jointness from day one, find solutions that the other services or our allies and partners are getting after. If that solution works for us, great, but is it interoperable with your solution? And we need to move quickly. Invest in resilience, not just performance. It's got to be resilient. It's got to be soldier proof. And then partner with us early. Engage with USERPAC and the GTED USERPAC team. We're happy to collaborate and share our needs. We have several opportunities through the year, from AUSA LAMPAC or AUSA Post, the Honolulu Defense Forum, TechNet. There's a lot of opportunities to engage with us out here in Hawaii and through the GTED team. I'll pass it back over to TK, and I appreciate your time.
Roger that. Good morning. So thank you for that, Colonel Shunky. Definitely setting the tone and ensuring that people understand the needs of USERPAC. And I say good morning because we are here in Hawaii. I think sunrise is in about 20 minutes. So we should get the sun that you guys have been enjoying. So let me start off by saying, on behalf of General Clark and Colonel Hill, thank you for taking time out from across the industry. Looking like over 500 attendees on right now. So thank you for taking the time out to attend the forum. Major Jernigan kind of told his comments on how we got to the place we are today. Colonel Shunky told you the history and why things are so important. And then I'm being followed by Major Cody Lucas. So he already set the table, already motivated me to come on and speak, and pretty much covered a lot of the topics and the points of emphasis when it comes to these ACE events. So I'm going to go ahead and ask to go forward on the slides.
TK, can you see the timeline slide?
Roger that. I don't, but I will trust you. Past the timeline slide, we'll go to my first slide. So looking at unmanned sustainment. So I know it's kind of been the theme for this forum, and it's very important. So if you look at the ASCC commanders, they are looking at sustainment. So the same way that GTED plans our prize challenges across all the Army's warfighting functions, the ASCC commanders are focused on sustainment. So while USARAF is utilizing 21st Theater Sustainment Brigade, USARPAC's looking at the needs of 8th Theater Sustainment Brigade and the things that we need here for our fight in the Pacific. So kind of like, just to recap, we're talking about the human environment, unmanned vessels to carry containers and supplies, air delivery, and being able to operate in the maritime on an open architecture that can navigate itself and be able to be controlled by soldiers. So he's kind of set the tone on the things that we're looking for. What we're also doing as we go into this planning, everything we do in acquisition is looking at the market research. So understanding that USARAF's agile sustainment and the way that they're looking at their fight, and then understanding that also here in our own backyard, we have Indo-PACOM J81 doing contested logistics and looking at the different things they need to sustain in man. So a lot of power generation talk that's going on, autonomous container handling and movement, and payload transportation. These themes are happening, but we're just deconflicting to make sure that we're not doing the exact same thing in 3 separate areas. So happy to talk about the sustainment ACE that we have coming up because we think that unmanned systems are very important. Coming to this forum, the slides will go out, the videos will go out, but coming to this forum, I feel like it's our duty to give you some insider baseball on how things are going and why we're doing the things that we're doing. So in 2027, the Department of War has already said that they're looking and requesting money from Congress to look at autonomous systems. So when people start talking about autonomy, there's a reason, right? There's resources being provided for us to get after these innovative thoughts and these innovative things. So the autonomous solutions, especially in the Pacific, when you deal with maritime, are going to help save us time and hopefully save lives. If it's contested, I would much rather use unmanned systems to move supplies and not put soldiers at risk versus using a whole bunch of soldiers and Navy assets to try to move these supplies. So just a little bit of insider baseball, looking at the resources, the funding, and a little bit of the why. So sustainment is always going to be important. Sustaining the fight is how you win the fight, right? You don't want to win the battle and then be out of supplies. So that's why we're looking to industry to look at that. As we move forward on these forums and we talk about the other upcoming events, we'll probably pivot from sustainment and future ones. But for what we're doing coming out of first quarter 27, as we hopefully get these resources to come online, is get after a lot of this sustainment fight. So definitely appreciate the comments from Colonel Shunky to paint the history on why. And then moving into the slides, understand that these are to be determined, all right? These dates are flexible. So Major Cody Lucas is aggressive. He sets dates and he gets after it. And that's very much his personality. And I love that about him. Looking at my slide, very similar slides. I just do no later than dates, right? Give myself the wiggle room. I know that I can do it sooner, but part of how I do things is to make sure I under promise and then over deliver. So looking at these no later than dates, things are going to happen. They're probably going to happen a whole lot quicker, but these are those, it will happen before this date. That's just the way we do our planning. So as you look for the RFIs to be posted, definitely coming out this spring or early summer, and then moving things along to get out the unmanned sustainment that we're going to try to knock out in November. Now, I understand the 4th Thursday of the month is always Thanksgiving. That slide does have an error saying that 30 November is the timeline. It will be pushed to the left, but however, like I said, always look at the no later than. So trying to navigate that block leave period in December and the holidays that happen in November, we will make sure we pivot and adjust that one and make sure that we're doing great things where we can capture the stuff going on in USARAF as well as USARPAC. And make sure that the things that they're doing, the lessons that they're learning, the vendors that they're learning from and prototypes that they're using, we have reps out there to capture those stories and to bring it back to USARPAC, and then allow them to do the same thing and pivot to our AO so that we're not doing the same things, but we're being collaborative in our efforts so that people can reach the benefits. So for those in industry, You may not go to both places. You may not want to participate in both. However, we will have leaders across the Army that are open to both to see you. So we're definitely excited for the things that we're planning as we move out for the November timeframe. Another thing that I look on the slide before we switch slides, and I have my slides up on a separate screen. So if it looks like I'm looking off, I'm just looking at my slide to make sure that we have everything we need to send our RFIs out. So as we do things in USAPAC, we love the prototypes that you guys are already working on, but the things we're going to ask may be different than what you have, which is fine. You may have a prototype that's very close to a 100% solution, but when the RFI comes out, it may throw a little bit of wrench into your plans or make you do a little bit of iteration to make it just that much better. So we look at your communications package, how you're communicating. Is it going to be something that's encrypted? Is it something that's open? Is it signature high? We're going to look at how it's integrated. Is it talking to Maven Smart System? Is it looking at some other tools so that things can be tracked? And then how does it do its specific position, navigation, and timing? So while you all are doing great things as an industry, our RFIs are going to come out with some specifications, with some guidelines, with some things that we would need to make sure that it's ready for combat. We know that it has to be rugged, hot and humid environments, but there are going to be some technical aspects that we ask for, some things that we may request or require as the RFI is rolled out. We just ask for you to be aware that you may have the perfect widget right now. However, we may not need that widget to talk to our systems or some things in our communication infrastructure to make sure that's protected as we're putting supplies on it or utilizing it in combat operations. So definitely appreciate everybody coming out to industry. I want to go ahead and push to my last slide. And again, give some insider baseball to those who are here at the forum. So pit.army.mil is where our higher headquarters lives. And if you go to pit.army.mil, you can click on GTED, you can click on contact us, you can give us a lot of that information, let us know who you are, what you're doing, and request some information or have us added to the database. So when we start doing some of these campaigns and invites, make sure that you're on that list. Here in USAPAC, right? usapac.army.mil has its own website. You'll see a lot of great pictures and good things that we're doing across these 7 time zones and across almost 60% of the world. Lots of information, lots of breaking news, lots of insider baseball on what we would like. There's a button on there called Industry. If you click that button, it has a list of all the capabilities that USAPAC is looking for. But the most important part, it has a part where you can submit requests or look to talk to leaders across USAPAC if you're doing innovative things as industry. So you've already heard from earlier this morning, Colonel Jeremy Shunke. He leads a team that does all the experimentation across USAPAC, right? If they're not personally doing it, they're tracking what's going on with those requirements, tracking what's going on with those events, and he pays millions of dollars in innovation. So it is General Clark who has designated through Mr. Wu that Colonel Jeremy Shunke is in charge of a lot of these concepts and experimentation. He holds a lot of power and a lot of weight, and using that industry tool can make sure that you can get your products, meeting engagements, or any of that information directly to his team. So again, Colonel Shunke, Sierra Charlie Hotel Uniform November Kilo Echo, he's going to do great things for USAPAC and will make sure that you understand the points of contact that you need. Now, GTED, we're definitely going to facilitate these ACE events to get you out here, to get your technology in the hands of soldiers who can be on those judging panels, who can assess those and send that demand signal that whatever you have made and created is what they want. Here at GTED, I personally will not be judging. I will not be on those judging panels. So I don't want you to waste your energy on doing any vendor pitches to us as GTED. However, in USAPAC, Colonel Jeremy Shunke's team is going to definitely be there. They'll love to hear your information, the things that you want to iterate on, the demand signal, and some of your questions. So just a little bit of insider baseball on who can I talk to, who can I show this technology to, how can I get more information, what other experimentations are going on. Colonel Shunke has a team right now in the Philippines going over 47 different experimentation and iterations of new technology to get that stuff in the hands of soldiers. So while GTED is the purpose of this forum, if there's any other opportunities where you can interact with the Department of War, I want to make sure we get you plugged in because you're a valuable resource. In every single conflict or war we've been on, there's been private industry who is producing something to make us more lethal and to make sure that we won. So moving at this slide, you have the contact information. The team here is going to be doing great things. We have a distro email box, so it's no longer a single point of failure that every time you send us an email, that message is going to a team of people so that we can all be on the same sheet of music, so that we can all be collaborative in our efforts and multiple people can see what you need so we can get you that answer faster. So I definitely appreciate you all taking your time out today. I know that I am probably the last person standing between you and your ability to ask questions. So without further ado, I will pause and send it back to headquarters.
Hey team, so Major Josh McMillian again. So quickly, just a couple things. One, continuing to refine this form. What you saw from USER URAF, a well-established timeline as our team is built out over time and space. You now heard USER PAC from the requirements from the Directorate concept, and then our team that's currently out there now that started building that team as of January this year. The slide that we showed there is what we are working towards. And the key thing here that I want to reiterate, that is why it's critical that we do these alignment forums as a GTED enterprise to ensure that we're providing full transparency to industry and what we are looking to get after across the ASCCs, globally aligned, regionally focused. That is why we do these things. So we will continue to refine those timelines as we move forward. And then again, to reiterate, we're getting ready to go take a break. So I have 11:49 my time now. I want to accelerate the schedule just slightly. So 12 o'clock, we will reconvene pending Colonel Hill. If you want to keep the timeline, no issues, we can move to there. With that being said, we will take a quick break. We will come back. We have already consolidated your questions. Again, your mics are going to remain muted just because of the large amount of people that we actively have in the virtual space. And I will be reading the questions directly to Colonel Hill and answering those. We have up at least 10 and we'll continue to get through those as much as possible. So I'm going to pause there and we're going to get ready to go on our break, and I will see you guys back in 10 minutes.
Hey, Josh, it's Colonel Hill. So let's start back at 11:05.
11:05, sir. Yeah, no issues tracking on. Hey team, just a quick change if you didn't hear, we're going to start at 12:05. So just a 1-minute warning, and then we're going to go into the interactive questions with our director, Colonel Chris Hill. All right, team. So we're going to begin the next portion of this, and it's the interactive discussion piece. We kind of set the stage. We had over 200 questions that was provided from industry. That was mapped down into 14 critical areas. And then from there, the team distilled down what we thought were the top questions, top 10 questions to ask that are across all of those 14 areas or heat maps that we laid out. Some of these questions are combined within having a couple different areas so we can get as much throughput as possible, but it's specifically designed to answer your question. And another thing for cleanup messages, I just want to make sure the YouTube video and the Army Pit website, that will be published at a later date. That's not immediately after this, but again, if you follow the Army Pit, you'll be able to have full transparency on what GTED is doing as an organization to include when these content will be pushed out. Sir, if you're ready, I'll throw the first one at you.
All right, Josh, let's go.
All right, so sir, this first question focuses on cross ASCC coordination. As ASCCs identify urgent capability needs for accelerated capability events, how is the enterprise capturing and sharing contract status, vendor performance, speed of fielding, et cetera, to avoid duplicative acquisition efforts?
So very good question. My hope is, in everything that we've talked about up until now, that we've kind of answered this. But just to be very succinct, is part of the core mission for GTED is to do this. When we talk about being globally focused and regionally aligned, one of the things that we are looking to accomplish that has not been up to this point is to be a single belly button for understanding of what's going on across theaters. So as we understand exactly what is being asked for in USERPAC by the CG, USERAF by the CG, Western Hemisphere Command by the CG, RCENT by the CG, and we lay all of those requirements out. We map those to Forge database and we lay them out in space and time. We are able to provide that transparency and that picture to industry, so that again, we understand if things are already on contract. We understand if things are already moving. We understand if things have not been demonstrated. And we also have an opportunity to see where there are duplication across theaters or where there are opportunities across theater. One of the things that has kind of been stated here is if there's an event that's happening in USERPAC, for instance, there's nothing to say that there aren't entities from USERAF or RCENT in attendance. There's nothing to say that we don't open up opportunities for entities from USERAF or USERPAC to be a part of judging panels and vice versa. There's no reason that we can't do that across theaters to ensure complete visibility. And as Major McMillian mentioned, we will have a way to ensure that industry understands what's going on in each theater so that you can also plan for the efforts that you choose to support. One of the big ways we're going to do that is through these quarterly forums. So during this quarterly forum, we will throw up what those requirements are and what they look like across each of the theaters. So the visibility of that, the transparency of that, and then looking at the synchronization across those theaters, all three of those are things that are a part of the mission set for GTED.
Okay, no, great, sir. If you're ready, we'll move into the second one.
Okay.
So this one's focused on an enterprise marketplace. Is there a enterprise marketplace being launched currently, and how can industry access it? And what pathways, for example, X-Tech, accelerated capability events, or master MBAs enable visibility of capability to relevant customers?
So another very good question. You may notice that I don't think the term marketplace was used during the pitch today, and there's a reason for that. So when we initially started GTED back in the August timeframe, this was a huge portion of our message. We initially had started off on a process to where there was going to be a GTED marketplace where at a minimum those MBAs would be housed that would show and give visibility to anyone in the world that, hey, here are some vetted solutions. They already have signed master business agreements. So we've already taken the first couple steps into creating a prototype OTA, and if and when that prototype OTA was awarded, give an ability to order off that OTA from various agencies within the government. The pivot was not away from the marketplace. The pivot was away from a GTED specific marketplace. So this is now being worked at the Army level. Some of you are probably already aware of efforts afoot by the UAS office. I think there's a UAS marketplace right now. The Army, and I think this is going to go through what used to be PEO Enterprise, is going to be working an Army level marketplace where GTED, much like any other agency who is working in this space, we would push our data into that marketplace solution. The PIT is also a part of that conversation that's going on. So there will not be a GTED marketplace. I want to make sure that that's clear to everyone on this call. There will not be a GTED marketplace. However, the Army recognizes the importance of having a marketplace solution that government entities can go to understand what's been done from an innovation standpoint and what companies and what capabilities have been vetted. GTED will provide information and feed into that like other agencies, but there will not be a GTED marketplace.
Okay, yeah, perfect, sir. So this one is now focused on transition pathways. So how does the GTED, powered by the PIT, transition high-performing solutions from events into rapid integration, follow-on contracting opportunities, and most importantly, scale to transition?
So as mentioned earlier by Major Lucas, we've done this once successfully with the MIROPS capability that went from concept here through GTED out to GIADF, out to PM, MO, and energetics. So that is a pathway that has already occurred. What we're doing to make this a disciplined, repeatable process is by bringing the PAEs to the party earlier. Major Lucas also mentioned to you that PAEs would be on the initial judging panel, that PAEs would be on the subsequent judging panel when you come in to give your vendor pitches. All that time, we have PAE representation. When these systems go to the operational testing theater, PAEs will be a part of that. So how we facilitate that from a GTED perspective is through early and often communication. So that there is no space between us and the eventual landing spot from a transition perspective. At the PIT level, I want to say they're either biweekly or monthly meetings from the within the acquisition enterprise. So the whole 6+1 enterprise, to include the PIT, those conversations happen on a regular basis to make sure that we are tracking between the PIT and the PAEs. Also, from a GTED perspective, we mentioned that GTED will have representation physically within the footprint of the PAEs. So again, that communication for the transition of those things going on forward, we will facilitate that through physical members of this team, lieutenant colonels, and a small team to support them being in the footprint of those PAEs. So it's over communicating. Having the PAEs forward to understand the small R requirements coming out of the ASCCs, having the PAEs forward to view and judge the demonstrations, having the PAEs forward during the operational assessments, and then therefore, as we push that up through the Capability Trade Council, I think is the way that that's happening right now, which is an AAE T2COM led event. That's how we will recommend to the Army the things that we believe should scale. And at that point, it's not just GTED talking, it would also be the PAEs as well, who would have been a part of the process.
All right, sir. So fourth question, moving on. This one is focused on the Master Business Agreement MBA mechanism. How does the MBA or Master Business Agreement work? Who decides which vendor receives those MBAs? And how many vendors are able to be awarded an MBA per accelerated capability event?
Hey, Josh, this is Major Lucas. I think we kicked that one back to you.
I love it. I was hoping you would do that. All right, let's go. So the Master Business Agreement for the collective team was, and I'm going to be fully transparent, was born out of my SOCOM experience supporting specific customers within the special operations community. What it is an agreement between the U.S. government and your company saying that you've done two things clearly. You have satisfied competition going through an accelerated capability event, and most importantly, you have demonstrated capability. Those two things are critical because it now allows us, the acquisition authorities, to apply multiple different statutory requirements for follow-on OTAs. So 4021 authority, 4022 authority, 4023 authority, CSOs, BAAs, you name it, to include FAR-based contracts. This document allows you that ability. It also gives you the ability to be able to sell directly to anyone within the Department of War, the Joint Force, for up to 10 years. So if you go through one of these accelerated capability events, you satisfy competition, you deliver capability, you now can directly be able to go on a contract. It's not a contracting vehicle, it is an agreement that has been legally vetted through agreement officers and legals teams to enter into a contract without having to satisfy competition in the future. Now, the second portion of that question, who's eligible? I go back to what I always say, deeds not words. The top companies that the users and the small judging panel have agreed to are awarded MBA opportunities. That being said, and I'll use a specific example to provide you real world numbers. We had 15 vendors that were invited for the first prize challenge that Major Davis ran and coordinated. From there, 9 companies went out and they demonstrated. All 9 companies who demonstrated, excluding one, was able to enter into a master business agreement. That's what's critical. And it goes back to what Cody was talking about before for following contracting opportunities. The prize challenge is great. That is what, it has the dollar amount tied to it initially. But really what you need to focus on is getting the master business agreement signed, the leave behind equipment in the hand, starting the iteration, which will inform follow-on procurement and at the end of the day, scalability. Sir, pending any additional guidance, that's how I would answer that question.
Okay, so there's one piece to this I want to add to. So the acquisition community and how requirements become actual requirements that are then given to PMs. I want industry to understand that the Army is relooking from a process standpoint, kind of where do requirements begin? We are looking now at an ASCC driven process of how requirements become requirements. So when you hear things that sound like, hey, soldiers are actually providing feedback that determine what companies receive a master business agreement, take that very seriously. So yes, we're saying soldiers, we're saying PFCs, we're saying specialists, we're saying sergeants, staff sergeants, platoon leaders who are closest to the fight, understand commander's intent, who will be trained on your kit and will give feedback of how hard it was to be trained, how difficult it is to understand, how difficult it is from the user interface. All those things, the soldier gets a humongous vote. So soldier feedback is one of the main ways that you will get to the point to where we determine that an MBA is warranted. So I don't want that to be lost on anyone. And that really is the beginning of what can soon become a requirement within the Army. So the authorities that we believe that are going to be vested within that PAE, the authorities that we believe are going to be invested with that PAE from a requirements and a funding standpoint, you can trace it all the way back to a platoon within some of these units. So I just want to, the MBA is important, but I want you to understand how important it is, the interactions that you're going to have with the soldiers on the ground.
I just want to add one more thing here, Josh, because I've seen some comments that I'm not sure will come up. You may ask one of them, but that MBA that they're mentioning, that is when you go in and do that vendor pitch in real time. When you see it is when you walk out of that vendor pitch, once you've been up selected and you're out in the field and soldiers are demonstrating on the equipment, and you go in to see that board that I mentioned, that board of judges. When you walk out of there, that's when 409th, and I haven't highlighted them enough here, because that's who really in our process, Josh bringing it from the SOF AT&L side, in our process, 409th Contracting Brigade through AO Chris Pateson and Aaron Ritter, who are phenomenal, and one of our reps, Meg Main, they kind of put that together, and they will be the ones who present it to you. You'll get it ahead of time. You'll get to look at it, read it, review it with your legal, and then you will talk to them after the vendor pitch and make a decision on if you want to enter into it. And then one other thing I want to hit, sir, is when Colonel Hill says PFC, specialist, sergeant, seen the comments, why would I give my capability to a PFC that's got 2 minutes of experience? And I want to address it because you got to understand what's happening across the globe right now. There's guys that are 23 years old that are literally winning a fight right next to us. And it's their opinion. It's their forward-thinking brain. It's the way they're using new capabilities, whether it's AI, et cetera. But we're not going to put you out in the field with 25 privates with 2 weeks of experience. So that comment, please take this serious. We want you to come and compete. Really what that comment tells me is that person's capability may not be good. That's just what it tells me to keep this flat. Come out. You're going to have judges that have layers of experience. You're going to have the PAEs involved, and you're going to have some privates that are involved as well, executing your capability, right? Demonstrating. You're teaching them, and then they demonstrate. But if it takes forever to set your equipment up, if you don't explain it properly, right, you're getting high-speed guys that are going to utilize your capability. But it's not just we're throwing you out with a bunch of privates to look at your kit and then tell you how to change it, and then you waste your money. That's not what we're doing here. We're trying to help you succeed, and then we're trying to help the Army succeed for the next fight. Over.
And with that too, sir, if I can, I really think that's critical, is the hand-in-hand relationship and partnership between the 51 Alphas and the 51 Charlies. They are embedded, those agreement officers are embedded with you and our teams as we're going through these accelerated capability events. And before you leave, you'll know clearly that you have the ability to sign an MBA, and you will have the process to work with our agreement officers on the ground there. That's one of the things I think is different, is that we're bringing the entire acquisition enterprise really together so we can move faster. And then to speak to that comment too, Cody, the soldiers that are out there are the best of the best. Rank, duty, title, right? That's something that doesn't really show the intangible benefits of some of those soldiers that are out there, and they can provide exceptional real-world feedback to improve your capability. So maintain that open mind as you're moving forward, sir. So the next question is focused on international engagement. First question, because these are going to be broke up into two. To what extent can non-U.S. entities engage with GTED to facilitate international partnerships?
I'm gonna let Cody hit the first part of this, then I'll come in.
So I think I mentioned it during the brief that we had two non-U.S. entities actually win. I mean, it comes down to them. You'll have some organizations that have in-cage numbers, right? That are non-U.S. entities, and though there's specific unique things we can do to get around them being registered to do business with the U.S. government, the whole purpose is to get them on board too, right? Not only so it brings new capability and unique capability that maybe we haven't seen from our industrial base into the fight, but it also synergizes, kind of I don't want to speak for General Donahue not being here, but General Donahue is reporting directly to the boss, right? And he says, hey, Europe must protect Europe, right? And so we need the Eastern Flank to invest in their capabilities inside of their country. So it only enhances, them to be better and to be faster as well, and to spend faster. But those entities can go to SAM.gov. We message it across this theater, apply to do business with the U.S. government. It goes through the approval process. So yes, the short answer is yes. We want to do business with them. The eligibility requirements go back through the SAM.gov channel. And then the timelines and onboarding pathways structured to facilitate international participation. I think, again, it's on that industry partner to submit. We're sharing it. I told you that we have Task Force X with Brigadier Gint. He's sharing it wide and far. So we look forward to hearing from you. We always point you to the industry's front door, or the Army's front door to industry, which I think it was mentioned earlier in the brief by a guest speaker, is Army Fuse in many instances. So that's where you need to go if you're on a call. We want to see you. General Donahue wants to see you out here in this theater, and I know General Clark likely wants to see you there in Western Hemisphere Command. Over.
Yes, so this is going to be, again, one of the core components of how we do business. So we mentioned earlier about the 409th facilitating. It's going to be the 413th there in Hawaii. That is the supporting contracting brigade for USAPAC. Here we have Brigadier Gant that's working from a NATO perspective. When we move over to USAPAC, there's no NATO, but there are a ton of bilateral and multilateral agreements with our partner nations there, be it Japan, be it Australia, South Korea. So there will be opportunities for our international partners to compete alongside our U.S. Industrial base for every competition. And again, competition is the key word there. So we're looking for the best of the best of breed in order to answer the commander's intent for those priority and for those gaps. But that's a two-way street. Not only do we pull in those international partners and give them an opportunity, but we also open up those foreign markets for our U.S. industry partners that win, and the industry partners, the nations that come to these events see that capability, and we encourage them to procure that for their own sovereign defense.
Yeah, and I think it's quick to highlight too, sir. I mean, we're with the ASCC commander. I think over here, Josh, Rob Davis, Lee Whitfield, we've been to places like Helsinki, Finland, Poland, Estonia, Romania. We've been to multiple countries here with the CG with this message. So we're spreading that message wide and far here. I know that message looks a little differently in the Pacific. It's just depends on what the partner is, how the partner engagement works, what those agreements look like for U.S. and that partner. But we're doing it here just so whoever's on the call, if they're an allied partner or a foreign entity that wants to do business with the U.S. government, SAM.gov can provide the instructions, and Army Fuse down to Jessica at X-Tech and Jamie Wilson.
And then just to add on to that one too, Cody, is to follow the Army Pit. So follow the Army Pit, you're going to be able to capture everything on top of what we just talked about with SAM.gov and X-Tech. Next question, sir, focus still on the international engagement piece. Is how are procurement pathways, I think, for example, here, direct commercial sales or DASA-DEC, FMS, structured to enable foreign partners to acquire GTED supported capabilities?
So very close relationship between us and Mr. Pat Mason, who is the DASA-DEC. So he's been over here no less than 4 or 5 times, and not just here. He's been to USAPAC. He's been to every theater, quite frankly, and worked a lot with him during my time as a PM there in PEO Missiles and Space. So DASA-DEC understands what we're trying to achieve. Both of those avenues are going to be available. From a DCS perspective, is probably the initial avenue that I would say for most of the capabilities that you would be bringing to the fight. But as things transition to a program office and become a POR, absolutely that opens up the FMS gateway or pathway as well. But I would say as that process is happening, the transition process is happening, DCS is probably going to be the quickest pathway to working with some of our international partners. But again, this is a core component of what we're looking to do. We want to open up the opportunities going both ways. And we want to open up the opportunities for some of the companies new to the government, not to just do business with the U.S. government, but to do business with some of our international partners. And again, DCS more than likely would be the initial way that you would do that.
Yes, sir. So the next question, we're on question 6 now. So small business participation and maturing requirements. Are there opportunities for small business technology providers that have mature but below TRL level 7 capability to help overcome the valley of death to work with GTED?
So I'll go back to the chart that Lieutenant Colonel Arnold showed earlier on, where he talked about the various ways that companies can inject themselves into the ecosystem. This is bigger than GTED, right? So the PIT gives various lower TRL level capabilities the ability to bring that to the government through an X-Tech prize challenge. And again, that is a non-ACE prize challenge. So there are non-ACE prize challenges that X-Tech will do. There are a lot of events from a cyber sitter standpoint that the PIT will support that can bring on small companies that may not have a certain TRL level. One of the things that you will see is as we move forward, you will see the term cyber mentioned in some of the calls that we put out to industry, which gives us the potential on the back end of our ACEs to utilize cyber as the mechanism for how we go after prototypes for some of the small businesses. So it is a strategy that we are going to be able to utilize. So if you see that in the call to industry, that's why. We are clearly focused on what happens on the back end of a competition when we're ready to move into prototype buys. So that would cover a 12-month period at a certain dollar amount. So yes, we absolutely want to target small businesses, even if your capability is of a lower TRL level. Still doesn't preclude you from sending in a white paper. Definitely doesn't preclude you from looking for those partners out there who potentially, if you partner with them, based upon that partnership, you can potentially get to the TRL that we're looking for. But I would say working through Army Fuse is the best bet. Talking to them about strategies for how to find other financial backing, things of that nature, or utilizing some of the other avenues that they have to help get you to the TRL level where you could then come and successfully compete during the GTED ACE. But yes, we are not shutting the door to anybody. You just have to use the appropriate key to get into the door.
All right, sir. So question 7, relation to existing program of record capabilities within the PAEs and the CPEs. Are ACEs structured to accelerate delivery of existing capabilities where solutions already exist as joint programs of record?
So for this one, if you have a capability that is already a POR, I would say if you're already a POR, you more than likely should be a part of some fielding plan within some project office. So an ACE would not necessarily point you towards a fielding faster. What an ACE may do is give another data point to G357 from a prioritization standpoint of how soon and to where your capability is fielded. There will be times where a PAE will take a capability that's already resident within their portfolio and push that into one of our demonstrations. Typically what that's doing is if I'm the PM and I'm doing that, I need some additional data. Maybe I'm 9 months away from my operational assessment. Maybe I'm a year away from my DT or 2 years away from my OT. This gives me an opportunity to do, we talked a lot about over the years, soldier touch points. So I could use this as a strategy to give me an additional soldier touch point from soldiers on the ground. Obviously, I already have this company on the contract, so I'm not looking for a contract vehicle, but I may be looking for additional data. Now, if my particular program is still a ways away from an OT, let's just say, and I push that into an ACE event, the commander on the ground could say, yes, PM, you're at about a 70% solution of what you're looking to field. That 70% solution is good enough for what I want right now. So now potentially what you've done is you have a 4-star general who's advocating to get your capability into his theater now. So yes, you can create a demand signal, but that's going to come from the PAE. The PAEs are going to be the ones that will make a determination of, do I take something within my portfolio and push that through an ACE event? It won't be for a contract. It will be from a demand signal standpoint. So that'll be a government to government interaction, almost a sponsoring from a government standpoint into an ACE. Exactly. And African Line is a key example of that. So African Line is happening right now. It is not an ACE event from a standpoint of, there's no prize challenge from GTED tied to African Line. However, there are systems that are going through African Line that could help with a further recommendation on the back end of that for prototype buys or if it's already a program of record, which some of them are from within PMUAS, it could facilitate a faster fielding to a particular AOR based upon senior leader input. So that is possible. But again, that's a program office to GTED, or a program office to ASCC CG, or a PAE conversation when those things do happen.
All right, sir, we're on question 8 now. This is focused on interoperability requirements. So how's GTED addressing interoperability challenges across vendors, the Army, the joint systems, and are there standard architectures to guide integration?
So I tried to address this mostly, and I'll just back up to our first ACE we ran with Rob Davis. I want to say we brought out PAE fires, FAD-C2 subject matter experts, and it was to integrate the capabilities that were on the ground, or to see if we could integrate as we were proofing the concept into a soon-to-be legacy system that's transitioning to IBCSM in the future. So what we've realized through this process is we need to add that technical supplement, so that architecture picture that we want you to integrate into. And again, there'll be a rubric laid out. And, you know, if we want to help you guys, the industry, you know, get it right. But we need industry to understand how the Army's changing. I know there's some comments in about NGC2 being at 4th ID and 25th ID that I seen earlier. You know, that likely, again, working with our trail boss rep for this theater and our CTO, who was the chief data officer at 18th Airborne Corps under Rob Braun, the CTO there prior to coming here. And he was at another location prior to that, who's been tied to our current CTO, Dr. Alex Miller at the chief's office. So expectation, I would say, for this next challenge is we're going to embed a technical supplement in there that shows you what you should show during your white paper submission, how your system ties in to what the Army's future capability looks like. And then when you get here, if there's something else we have to tie into, we're going to help you do that. But really, it's like Lieutenant Colonel Filipuna says, right into what the RFI states and what the rubric lays out.
Okay, so this one I think has already been answered, but I think it's important to talk about too. So this is focused on enterprise adoption incentives. How are PMs, and I'll translate that to PAEs or CPEs, incentivized to adopt PIT/GTED capabilities versus already existing programs?
So what the members of the forum today did not see was yesterday we had General Donahue address the government enterprise that morning. And then yesterday afternoon, we had General Clark address that same audience. So coming from the ASCCs, remember what I talked about earlier as far as how the Army is shifting, kind of turning things on its head as far as how requirements are getting into the pipeline. Yes, there'll always be requirements that will emanate from T2COM. That's not going to change. But now the Army is listening to these ASCC CGs. They have placed acquisition authority and funding forward with the ASCC CGs through GTED, forward into the corps with those commanders through the JIOPS. And based upon that, we have requirements coming from the field, or I should say we have tactical needs coming from the field that as it matriculates through this process can and will become requirements. So PMs are incentivized and CPEs and PAEs are incentivized because PAEs were created for a reason. They were created in order to transform how the acquisition corps does its business. The reason that those PAEs answer to both T2COM and to the AAE, and the reason, if you look at the construct of a PAE, why you see requirements, why you see funding, why you see testing, while you see all of these things, DevCom that's layered underneath, is we're providing them all the tools that they need in order to take an innovative effort and turn it into an Army requirement. So the way that they're incentivized is we need to get it right for what the wartime commanders are asking for. So if you look at it from a portfolio standpoint, yes, I may be working on something as a PM, but don't look at it as an external capability. Look at it as the way the Army is priming the pump and pushing things through the pipeline to those entities to execute as priority requirements. So those are not competing things. The PAEs will be involved in this forward process from the onset. You're going to see them right up front. So don't look at these things as competing. We're all looking to do the exact same thing. PMs should no longer be looking at, this is my requirement. I've got 5 years to get this thing, because within those 5 years, something newer, better, quicker, faster, cheaper could come along. And we're going to give them the means to act upon that, and it not just be some science project.
All right, sir. So last question. I think this kind of brings it all home too. So the ASCC priority selection. How does GTED select from a sequence of priorities provided by ASCCs and align that within the Army capability gaps?
Yeah, so when we talk about the ACEs, so the ACEs themselves are what we call blocking and tackling. So we want to have a disciplined, repeatable process to take what the CGs are asking for, overlay the GTED process on those requirements, and give an output of a capability that we believe is ready now capability. And we want to do that theater by theater by theater. It has to be a capability that has a certain level of maturity. It has to be a capability that has a certain level of urgency as far as ready to go. And it has to be a capability that a company is ready to scale, because it could come very quickly, as mentioned by Major Lucas earlier. Now, the dynamic portion of the sequencing is that ASCCG always gets a vote to where we move priorities. And we always know that the enemy gets a vote. So things that we think we're doing in a year based upon the threat could move up 6 months, could move up 8 months. Oh, by the way, we may do something totally out of sequence. It may not be a planned ACE at all. It may be something that, hey, we need a capability now. So therefore, we've got to go to industry now. So Chief of Staff of the Army, the ASCC-CGs, the AAE, T2COM commander, this information is it's a free-flowing racetrack of information. As we're pushing data up on a weekly basis from GTED, from a weekly basis from the GIOP, a weekly basis from the PIT, up to senior leaders, informing them of what's going on forward, that is how this thing changes dynamically. Here in this theater, actually in every theater, these ASCC-CGs meet with the Chief of Staff of the Army every other week. And they're talking specifically about what's going on in their theater from an innovation standpoint. Many times, I briefed the Chief of Staff of the Army on specific efforts going on here that GTED is executing. And sometimes we get direct guidance. A lot of times that conversation turns into further guidance from the ASCC-CG post that meeting. So there is a dynamic sequencing that's always going on. And therefore, that is why it is important for industry to stay locked in to the fuse. Because if something comes up out of sequence, the very first place we're going to go is to the fuse. So we're going to want to know who within industry is working within this particular capability area. Who has the most ready capability in this area? If there's a conflict going on, if there's a war going on, just like any other time with a FAR-based contract, we may go directly to a vendor. Same way you do sole source for national security reasons, that's still a go. So there are times where we may go directly to a vendor, and that's why, again, you need to stay tied in to Army Fuse. That is our engine. That is the business way to get into the door for the pit. And that is where we, from a GTED perspective, will go straight to them. If we have an emerging priority, whether it comes from the ASCC-CG or it comes from the chief, that's going to be our first stop. So that's how we select. You know, GTED itself doesn't select anything. We take our orders from the tower. Our tower is the CG. If the CG changes our priorities tomorrow, then we will move out on that. So we will make sure that on the quarterly basis, we keep industry abreast of what our priorities are. If there are changes, we will highlight those, especially if there are changes in upcoming ACEs, because you may be preparing for an ACE that all of a sudden slips to the right or all of a sudden moves to the left and is coming faster. Going back to Lieutenant Colonel Philippounas's comment, there will be things that could slow you down. There will be things that preclude you from being selected. Focus in on those things now. Focus in on those things early, so that when we do come calling, you're not waiting to the last minute on some of those areas that have been long poles in the tent over the first 2 ACEs that we've conducted.
Yes, sir. So that was the last question. I think now this would just be a quick opportunity for me to just do some last minute housekeeping and then turn it over to you for any closing comments, sir. So like team, we talked about this before. So all the questions that we've went through here, our team will collectively make sure that we answer those. And at a later date, those will be housed under FAQ function within the Army pit to include the comments that we had today. So we don't have the time to answer all of those, but we'll have a frequently asked questions that will be at a later date on the Army Pit's website. This video, again, just to reiterate, once at a later date will be released on YouTube and the Army Pit website. Again, won't be immediate, it will be upcoming. And then just to orient everything to what's next. You saw what the USER URAF team is working to violently execute. You saw what USERPAC is working to do for their first accelerated capability event, teach you how to fish. Make sure you go now. If you don't do anything, make sure you go follow the Army Pit on LinkedIn, on X, and on the website. That will be your common operating picture for everything GTED, but to include the full ecosystem of pathway of innovation and technology. The QR code is down here at the bottom. And bringing it back, our next alignment forum will be planned in July, and we'll continue to improve our foxhole because we are a learning organization, and then we'll come back with you with even more specified and future events coming. So I just want to say thank you, team, for taking the time to be with us for the last 3 hours as we're laying this out and being as transparent as possible. We are a team of teams. We're only successful when industry works with the government at the end of the day to provide capability to our sons and daughters. And for me, that's the greatest resource and national treasure that we have. So making sure that they have the decisive advantage if and when they're called upon. Sir, turn it over to you for any closing comments.
So I want to just thank the team for bringing this together. I kind of threw this out there way back a few months ago. And as we start getting closer, I'm like, hey, we really need to pull this together. We've got to get industry on the same page as us. We have to get the government on the same page as us. And they did a magnificent job bringing this together. Give a soft hand clap to Major Josh McMillian for being the lead on bringing this together. Soft hand clap for the leads in each of the theaters for bringing this together. Really appreciate Colonel Jeremy Shunke, really appreciate Major General Reagan today for speaking on behalf of the theater commanders and what we are looking to do as far as bringing capability into the Pacific and bringing capability here into Europe, as well as facilitating even the fight that's going on in ASCC right now. It doesn't matter where the capability emanates from. We needed to get it to the point of presence. So I didn't call out names earlier, but I want to do it because a lot of people online, there's a lot of relationships out there. And some of the people that we have on this team right now, you probably know some of them, but you may not know exactly what they're doing. So here in Europe, Major Cody Lucas and Major Brian Jernigan, that will be the team that will lead Europe, that will lead USERAF. They will have a team around them to do both the ACEs as well as any other emerging priorities that come from the CG. Major Doug Richardson and Major Brian Birch will be the team there in USER PAC. All the people I'm calling out now, some of them are currently on the team, but these are the teammates that will roll in this summer as permanent members of GTED. Right now, you saw earlier Major TK Kelly. So Major Kelly, he's been on the ground for a few months there in USER PAC. And we definitely thank him for everything that he's done to help get this thing stood up. CTAF AF, Major Caitlin Van Wy. She will be rolling in. She will be the lead there on the ground in Italy. Major Josh McMillian, who you've heard from throughout this forum, as well as Major Rob Davis. They are going to comprise the SOCOM team, and both will be at Fort Belvoir in Virginia. Lieutenant Colonel Melvin McDonald, he's my deputy. Melvin is, he's got a heavy lift. I will tell you, being the deputy for me is not an easy job. I know I put a lot on his plate, but he's done a lot to bring the vision to pass on a lot of areas. We got a long way to go, but I definitely appreciate all of his hard work. Mr. Ed Fallon, you haven't heard from him today, but he's in the role of CTO within GTED. We've got Ms. Jennifer Parker, the integration chief. They both work out of Belvoir. I know Ed is up at APG, but they're both housed out of the headquarters there at Belvoir. I've been mentioning those that are going to be working at the PAE sites. Major Bobby Philippunas, who you heard from earlier, goes by Flip. Major Philippunas, I should say Lieutenant Colonel Philippunas now, is going to be our lead for PAE Maneuver Air. Major Janet Williams, who is currently in Detroit, is going to transition to GTED and be the Maneuver Ground lead. Lieutenant Colonel John Hawkins, who is physically with the NPAE Fires right now, as the XO to Lieutenant General Lozano. He's going to transition to this summer to be the PAE Fires lead. TBD on the PAE CC2 right now, and also for PAE sustainment. But we will have a footprint in each one of those PAEs that will make sure that we're tied in, as I've mentioned earlier. I want to thank industry for dialing in. Many of you, I've asked you to wait until this forum before we put anything on the calendar so that you can kind of see where you fit and help better inform a potential interaction later on. There are many ways to interact, but my calendar is still available. My EA will be on board here in the next few days, and from there, you'll be able to get with her in order to get on my calendar. But I want it to be a focused discussion. So we are moving so quickly here across all of the theaters. What I don't want to do is I don't want to have discussions for discussion's sake. They have to be targeted, and I would hope that they are targeted to an upcoming ACE. So as you look at what we're doing from an ACE perspective, I want my interactions with industry to be on an upcoming ACE to make sure that we're fully aware of things that you have that answer a pending question, be it in USER PAC or be it in USER AF. Those are going to be my focus areas. So just so you know, that's going to be the guidance that I give to my EA, that I want to focus on those things that are ACEs that are coming up. That's going to be my primary area. That being said, don't hesitate to reach out over LinkedIn or any other means. But thank you guys for attending today. I look forward to the next one of these in July. We're going to keep you abreast and be as transparent as possible. But stay tuned. We're going to continue to press and move forward. We're going to be a good teammate. We're going to be unreasonable. What's the last one? Gonna hold the rope. All right, everybody. Thanks again.
Hold the rope.